Alright. What's up, everybody? Hope you guys are having a good day. We're about to go into everything. Alright. What's up, everybody? Welcome back to the channel. OG here, and I wanted to start this off by saying sorry. And this comes from my latest goals session on stream where I had a rare string of strange matches, right? I've had a few of these days, sessions, string of games where I play the same player that I've typically played in the past where the same goofy stuff happens. Goofy is because I don't have another, term for it. Where the game feels just odd, right? Whether it's shooting, passing, the glitchiness. For the first time, I actually had a cut scene happen where a player was dribbling literally sideways, not towards the goal. Next thing you know, the screen sort of blacks out, comes back, and the player is dribbling through on goal on a clean breakaway, right? And so when things like that happen and you're in the heat of competition, right, you're going to react, especially when you've played other football games where cheaters, rats, whatever name you want to call them, are prevalent, right? I mean, I've made a ton of videos covering this stuff. And the bottom line is, rats, cheaters, they do exist. Glitchers, lag switchers, they do exist in other football games. I'm not saying they exist in goals. However, I do have a huge question, and I truly don't know the exact answer to this, but if these types of players do exist in other games, I mean, there's tons of videos. I've made videos covering this stuff, reaction videos showing gameplay from myself, from others. If you just look up in FC and eFootball, there's tons of stuff on the rats and cheaters, glitchers. Like I said, you can come up with a million names for them. And same with eFootball, right? This is this Emir Han, #1 player in the world, always
My name
in
is Ash,
eFootball.
and I cover Raid Shadow Legends. I heard all the whispers.
And he is well known for this very thing, right? This is the #1 player in the world for large parts of every season, and he's notorious for playing. If he wins because he's a pretty skilled player, then so be it, but when he's losing, he finds a way somehow, when apparently other players don't know how to do this, to like disconnect the game, and he gets to win, the opponent takes the loss. Nobody knows how he does this. Tons of footage out there where, like, you could see here where he's at, right? And yet Konami does nothing about it, and nobody knows the answer or how to explain how he's doing this. It's crazy. You see in FC the same type of thing where the top players in the world rank-wise, like if you go to a text video and he goes through the ranks for top 100, he'll tell you, like, okay, I'm #7 in the world, but really it's #3 because this player and this player, this player, this player, these are all cheaters, right? He doesn't elaborate on what he means, and I haven't seen as much footage of it in FC, but here's the example of what you'll see, right, from this player here, right? He'll be in game, and the player will be losing, and then sure enough, boom, right? As he's losing, he'll disconnect the game. Now, this is similar to UFL. In UFL, there was a disconnect glitch. It still exists, but it's not as prevalent where, UFL's newer. So as we're playing, your opponent would be on a breakaway, okay, and you see what happens. Every time you beat him, boom, he disconnects and the match ends and he doesn't take the loss, right? I know it was very quick there, but that's what happened. So this stuff is well known. Top players in eFootball, there's supposedly anti-smartacists using it when they're getting beat. Just a lot of stuff like this goes on in other games. So it's easy then to have this mindset where you're expecting rats, you're expecting shortcut takers, cheaters, whatever. So in UFL, going back to this disconnect glitch, I know I'm all over the place, but the players would either, while they're on a breakaway or you're on a breakaway or on an advantage or they're on an advantage, they would disconnect, and then randomly the game would reconnect. Now, if you lost your spot in your mind on like what was happening, right, the game would restart, and then say you were on a breakaway, all of a sudden your player would stop and they would be able to steal the ball. Or if they were on a breakaway, you were about to tackle them, right, and you lost place of where you were at, didn't have your finger on the directional button, your player would stop, they'd go through. So these players would disconnect on purpose. Now, for the longest time, people were acting like it was a witch hunt, okay? They literally would tell you you're crazy, like, no, it's a coincidence. I know it's happening at these terrible times, but that's a coincidence. There's no cheaters, right? That it doesn't exist. No one can possibly disconnect and reconnect like that. It doesn't work like that. Guess what ends up happening? They end up finding out that it certainly is the players doing that. Okay? Now, UFL finally said they came up with a fix, and even though they fixed it for the most part, it was still happening in some instances, and you could tell, once again, certain players found a way around the fix. Not everybody. It was easier. You'd simply go take a screenshot or video record your gameplay, and then as soon as you stopped your video recording, right, that would stop the disconnect. So you could start and stop the disconnect based on your screenshots and your screen recording. 15 seconds, 30, a minute, right? To the point where some players connected, put down the controller, you'd come back in the game and you'd be free to do whatever. Or they'd leave the game thinking it was done for, right? So imagine you're playing goals and people are telling you, no, there's no cheaters, this doesn't exist, right? Everybody on the leaderboard's legit, and you go into the game and it feels a little odd, right? You have this in your mind from at least 3 other football games and however many titles of FC over the years where these things have truly happened with these cheaters. So it's easy to have, a poison mindset coming into a game like goals, where apparently there's always explanations for stuff. Okay, which is great, by the way. It's not a bad thing at all. That's a good thing. But on that front, if today, for example, when I played against 2 players with that weird stuff that goes on, like I said, just a small handful of times I've played opponents where this has happened frequently, like throughout the entire game, not just like a one-off play, because it is alpha, goofy stuff's going to happen, but throughout the entire game. Not to mention multiple games in the day and over 4 games overall. Every time something weird happens. Even bigger kicker is this opponent right here. Okay, this Celcio X. I had played this opponent and just absolutely destroyed him. Luckily, the rivalry is kept, right? Which means, aka the match history. So I had beat this opponent 5-1. I still remember it. He quit so early on. This game could have been 9-10-1. If you want to know what that looks like, go watch my video where Marceau absolutely destroys me, okay? You'll see just how bad. So look, 1-0, 2-0, halftime, 3-0, 3-1, 4-1, 5-1, boom, he quits. We were on pace to be 7-8, 9-1. Similar, like I said, to myself and Marceau. Now imagine after this game happens, the next 3 games are all close, but 2 out of the 3 I win. And this last one that I won, it went to golden goal with all types of goofy stuff happening. Glitchy plays, weird goals, right? Players not shooting right? All of a sudden your pass is not going off the right way. You're gonna be suspicious, okay? You don't just switch what would have been on route to a 9-1 victory. You don't just all of a sudden, boom, turn into a equal. The player didn't figure out enough about me to just all of a sudden battle evenly with me, and then on top of that, with all the weird stuff, anybody's going to be suspicious of that. Now, then you add in a game in between that versus Brad. No, it wasn't. Not Brad. Brad's one of the best in the world. Shout out Brad. He's a great player. But it was like basic. Sorry, it's both started with a B. Similar things happened there, right? I ended up winning this game, But I was up 2-0. He scores the weirdest goals ever, including that cutscene thing where he was dribbling like sideways, no danger at all. The game like cuts out. That cutscene thing where he was dribbling like sideways, no danger at all. The game like cuts out. It comes back. My defenders are switched from who I was controlling, and he's through on goals, tying the game. Of course, that's frustrating. Then I went up 3-2, and he just quits. It's just weird stuff happens, right? So even though it's few and far between, I wanted to apologize to those who, in the heated competition, I call out incorrectly. Brixie, I'll use him as an example because he was more of a guy that got caught in that whole bullying thing. I got messages almost made to set people up, probably because I have a channel and they wanted me to just embarrass these people out loud or make videos about them, whatever. But I got the runaround. Turns out this very person was bullying people himself, saying the most racist, terrible things. Was not like some, mentally ill kid that was just bullied for the heck of it from this goals community. It was just a joke. So I seen Brixie's name in there, then played against him, and so it was easy to kind of attack him. He's a great guy, great player, and fortunately I talked to him and showed him some of the messages and some of what happened. He understood. But in other times, you might not talk to that player. They might never see it, which is no big deal. You're not personally attacking them. It's in the competition. Other times, though, players will come into, for instance, I'm a streamer, so players will come into my stream, in Brixie's case, even a fan of my content, and the next thing you know, I'm ripping them apart, calling them a rat. So it can be negative, and then other times you're 100% right, and nobody likes true rats. So I just wanted to point that out, that in the heat of competition, if you come into my stream or anybody's stream, I saw this happen to Marceau. Somebody goes into Discord and says, hey, I was happy to match you. I go and watch the stream to hear what you had to say about my gameplay, see if I could learn something, and you're calling me this and that. It's so hard not to take your mind there. One, because you're competing already, you have that edge going. And for two, there's so many of these types of players that are up to no good, that are literally just ruining these other games for no other reason than they can't, put work in to get better, to get more skill, and actually win games or be successful. They have to take shortcuts and cheat and everything else. So don't take it personal. Just know that it's not your fault. The player calling you out, right, is doing it because of a bunch of other players that have culminated in that mindset. And you simply get it straightened out after the game and move on. Don't take it personal, the attacks. And, most players, I can honestly say, probably know exactly where you're coming from, where the person calling these guys out is coming from. If you're on the receiving end, just think about some of the games you've played with these types of players. So just straighten it out and move on. And for me, that's what I try to do, because it's not personal. It's just let's call it a poison mind from all of these other players that have led to these types of videos, and others making these types of videos with the hackers and the cheaters, and obviously hackers more on PC, but you get what I'm saying, right? So I wanted to make sure to point that out. It's never personal. And in goals, the really good thing is it is the case where we have a lot of really good skilled players that aren't on any BS, right? And so, especially in this game, you don't want to falsely call out people that are just trying to put in the work and get better in an alpha. So that's my apology to the rats that aren't rats. Any of you rats that are truly rats, many of you that these types of videos were about, okay? There's no sympathy for you whatsoever, right? When I call you rat losers, it's because there's not a winner out there that would take their time to ruin a game for no other reason. Not to mention all the players that put their time and effort into these games, right, to compete and to enjoy football, and you just come in selfishly ruin it just because you can't take a loss. You can't stand not having skill, but you won't put in the time to gain skill. Like, I have no sympathy for you whatsoever. When I go hard at you guys, I could care less how hard I go. You deserve it, right? This is an apology for those players who don't truly deserve it, where it's a misunderstanding or it's a game and it might come off weird, but just know that I'm calling out the players that truly do this. If I mistake you for one, I will clarify it. Just give me a shout. I'm not somebody that's just going to carry a narrative for the sake of not looking bad. If I'm wrong, I will gladly admit that I'm wrong. So keep that in mind for the future. And if you're like me and you're quick to jump the gun because of the types of these players that exist in other games, just try to give them the benefit of the doubt in goals. And if you end up being right, and it's a similar situation like UFL where people are like thinking you're crazy because you're calling out a disconnect glitch and they're like, that's not possible. It turns out it was. People were disconnecting and cheating. Then so be it. Then the devs figure it out and fix it. It's a win-win. No big deal. It's still the alpha of a game. There's still going to be a lot that's discovered, right? So that's that. Make sure that if you're calling out rats, they're truly rats. And if they aren't, if you're getting called out and someone's streaming like me, just come in, let me know what's up. I'll gladly correct it. It's no hard feelings. It is not personal. So don't hear me like rip you apart if it's by mistake and just run away. I promise you, I don't bite. I'll fix my errors 100%. Now, the team building portion of goals. So you look here. There's a squad. In goals, you start off your account and you get a bunch of challenges, right? A bunch of packs. You get the players to start your team. They're all going to be lower rated players. Now, you might have some challenges that give you some uncommons, rares, maybe even a few epics, right? You have to work a bit typically. Maybe you come in at the right time and get a legendary right off the bat, but that's typically from, let's call them promos, right? Other players that you have that are epics or even rares were upgraded to that point. They didn't start as that level of a card. They got boosts in stats until they gain that value of rarity, let's call it. Not let's call it, that's what it is called, right? So that's how the team building works. The challenges, the rewards. Say you're playing ranked, you get certain amount of rewards, which I'll show you here. If you go in, you go to ranked, you go to weekly reward. You want to max this out every time. Like right now, I would only get times 10 and a times 3, so 13 total basic cards, 6 total common cards. Once I get to that next tier, tier 4, I would get 4 more uncommon cards. Once I get to that's tier 3. Tier 4, I would get to 1 rare card. Tier 5, I would get 1 rare, and then it looks like 4 uncommons. And once you max out, you get all these rewards, plus I think it's like 600k in XP, which means now you can boost up these players, which is this right here, right? That little lightning bolt, if I can find it, right here, with the number next to it, that's how many times your player can upgrade. Now, once they're complete, you see the player's complete, they just have their age right there. So if you just see the age, it's because they can't upgrade anymore. Players with the lightning bolt and the number, they have an upgrade available, and it shows you how close they are to their upgrade. Like right now, this angle, this angle is very close to an upgrade. Her 4th one. She's a card that started, I believe, as a rare. Now she's an epic. She might have even started as an uncommon, but I think it was a rare. Now, the upgrades that you get are random. Say you have this basic card, this Just Day, and he's got 4 upgrades, which, by the way, I'll go into when to keep and sell and swap and all that. But his next upgrade could give him 99 pace. It could give him 86 pace, okay? His next upgrade could give him 82 acceleration but 99 speed. It could give him 72 attacking IQ and then 25 finishing from 24. Or it could give him 99 attacking IQ and 89 finishing, but then nothing, no upgrades anywhere else, or maybe just an upgrade in his close dribbling, right? It's random is the point I'm getting at. You do not know what you're going to get, but typically speaking, the lower the card, the more upgrades they need to become viable. So for instance, for me, I don't keep any player that's a common or basic that doesn't have 4 or more upgrades. Typically speaking, these real low rated cards, the first upgrade typically, not every time, but typically will be beastly, right? With, in my opinion, the goal of getting them into the uncommon realm for their last 3 upgrades. If after the first upgrade they remain in this lower common or basic area, might as well sell them, because you're just going to waste your time with these other upgrades, and you could save those points for everything else. They're not that expensive, but it adds up. Okay, so getting to the players then, right? We know the upgrades, how they work. For instance, if I go to uncommon, I have 3 here for Gronendik, Diadama, Ortega, Yin, right? 3, 1, 3, 3. So for Diadama, 91 pace, 91 defense, right? If Diadama didn't have these elite stats to be a great, for instance, wingback, she's not the shortest ever, but not quite tall enough to maybe she could be a center back. But with that real low physicality, no, it's going to be most likely a wingback, okay? If she gets more on her acceleration, right, maybe more on her defensive IQ, even though defensive IQ isn't in play right now, remember it's the alpha. So even though all attributes have the description behind them, you'll see in the alpha where it says certain attributes aren't active in game. So if you're wondering why your attack is standing around looking silly a lot of times, and same with the defense, that's why. The attacking and defensive AI movement is no help at all, right? So what you're going to look for in this version of the game is different than the full version, and we'll go over both of those things. So for this Diadama, right, just because of the elite pace, even though she needs acceleration in the elite defending, I'm going to keep her for that final upgrade, right? If she didn't have those 2 elite areas where she could be a good wingback, then I would sell her, right? Now, she needs help in other areas. I like her passing to go up at least a little bit. I wouldn't mind if the dribbling went up as well. Physicality needs to go way up. Now, what are the chances of that? Very slim. This is probably more like a bait upgrade, but I'm going to keep it in just almost as an experiment to see. Because just by the chance that she gets some beast upgrades in certain areas, she could at least be a good wingback for tournaments. And that's the other thing you got to look at, right? Maybe this card will never be a starter or even a sub on my full team, but at 72 rated with good enough pace and defense, she could be a great tournament card that won't bog down my limited overall. Because remember, in tournaments, it will be like 80 overall max, and rares are lower or epics are lower. And a card like this Ramada Diadama could be a great lower rated card that can still hold her own just because of the pace and defense. You just simply chase players down, get the ball, get rid of it. Simple, right? So look at players for both tournaments, for your bench, and obviously for your starting squad. Look for all 3. If you see areas where they can help, you keep them. If not, right, for instance, this Diadama definitely won't ever be in my full squad. If I already had a great tournament lineup that I can typically use no matter what the restrictions are, I would sell her. It's as simple as that. These other cards, they have 3. These other uncommons, I'm going to hold off on these 3. Now let's see the rest of these. Hold off on this. See, this one has 2. Only area with something decent is dribbling. This is a sell. Get that 1,000 points. 2 right here. Decent dribbling, physical. Not really anything else. Call me crazy, but I'm just going to keep that for more of an experiment. More experiment purposes. 98 reflexes here, 70s. I mean, this Godin has a slight chance to be okay. 80 pace, nothing going on really. I'm going to keep this Lopez just in case. Some of these cards, it's more experimental. Typically speaking, 3 or higher with the upgrades, right? Unless they have some special stats in certain areas. And I may end up getting rid of some of these, but some of them I'm keeping for more experimental purposes. You see here, Schmitz, 181 CM. Same thing as that Diadama with the pace, elite level defending, right? Terrible dribbling, but Timothy Schmitz has great passing. Needs some help in physicality, but not nearly as bad as Diadama. So with this card having 3 upgrades, I see this Timothy Schmidt's becoming an absolute Belgian beast, whether it's center back or wing back, especially with the good passing, right? So when you look at these cards, you're looking at the number of upgrades they have, okay? Once you look at the number of upgrades, then you're looking at the overall stats, and if this test is passed there, then you look at the detailed stats. Because they might have 93 pace, but they have 99 acceleration and, I'm making this up, but 2 speed. Well, you don't want that, right? Congrats, they accelerate extremely fast to their turtle-like speed, right? So that's just made up to an extreme, but you got to look at the overall the detailed stats too. The overall stats let you know, you'll know right away. If they're terrible enough, you just sell the player. If they have good enough stats or you're interested in them, then you go look to see if you're selling or keeping the player to upgrade. Same with these cards here, right? 2 for Oljan, Budarak, 2, and 1 for Lauterbach, which 90 pace, 92 defense. Nothing else really going, but if she gets an upgrade in the physical, which she has decent strength, just terrible jumping. Even her heading's great, just terrible jumping, right? Aggression's great too. Stamina, we don't have to worry about that right now, at least in this alpha, okay? Or even if it was full release, she could maybe even still be a super sub, because you won't need her to play that much. But elite level defending in pace is good, just needs some a little boost in acceleration and speed, maybe a little bit of boost in passing, and boom, you could have yourself a good tall, like 188 cm isn't the tallest ever, but it's not short. You could have an excellent center back, or at the worst case, wing back. Again, could be a sub, could be a starter, could be a tournament player. So that's what you're looking at with these upgrades, right? Don't go rushing to get rid of these players, because you never know. You can always sell them later for points. So that's what I do when I'm determining if I'm going to upgrade or sell, okay? You go in that order. First, you look at the number of upgrades, that number next to the lightning, okay? Then you look at, once that your standards met there, like for instance 3 and above. So for instance, who is that player we were just looking at? Let's look at this one right here, Becerra, by the way, right? Becerra, I see the 91 pace, 80 defense, I see the 88 passing, 53 dribbling is pretty bad, but could be a good wing back. I go into, once I see 3 upgrades, 1 out of 3 is complete, because you want to look at that too, right? If there's 3 but there's only 1 left, she needs way too much work, you sell her. But there's 3, she's only got 1 down, so 2 more, and she's got good pace that could easily be upgraded. Decent enough passing like we saw, right? Dribbling needs work. Defending, good in some areas. And then physicality needs some work. But 2 upgrades, she could at least be maybe a tournament wingback. We'll see how her next upgrade goes. If it doesn't go anywhere, boom, she's sold. If it goes somewhere, we'll hold her for the next one. But she at least bought herself some time to get 1 more upgrade, right? So you just go in order from looking at the amount of upgrades that they have available, how many they have left. If the overall stats are something you're interested in, then you go look at the detailed stats. If the overall stats tell you nothing good, you sell them right there. If there's not enough upgrades, you sell them right there. If the detailed stats don't match what you want, you sell them right there. It's simple as that. So the very last thing then, of course, right? And remember, you're looking at your starters, or your bench, or your potential tournament team where you know you're going to have restrictions and need lower rated cards. Or definitely, I would say, so far with the restrictions, mainly have been rare and lower, right? Some are epics, very few are legendaries included, but you're not going to get rid of them for the most part anyway, right? The ones you would get rid of are these rares and below. So once you have that straightened out, then you have swaps. Now, for me, this is kind of a messed up system. They need to upgrade it. Why? Well, I'm probably never ever going to get 10 epics that I want to swap. However, they could do like 15 or 20 rares to get an epic would be cool. Or like 20 or 30 uncommons to get a rare would be cool. Or like 50 commons to get an uncommon. Or like 75, 100 basics to get, uncommons, or whatever it is. That's what I believe they should do. This whole 10 epics to get 2 epics, 10 rares to get 2 rares and so on and so forth doesn't make sense to me. So I'll almost never swap my players unless there's some type of good challenges to go with it. Like right here, complete 5 swaps. I have one more to complete. Look at these players. Don't have enough to do it. Once I get enough of these commons or basics or commons, I'll do one more swap and I'll get that simple, what is it? 50k XP. That's actually not too bad for something simple like that. Let's see any more swaps in here. Yep, complete 10 swaps. I need 2 more there for 8k. Daily 1 match in 5v5, score 1 assist with a commoner basic player. I'll try to do that in tournament for just 1 common player. Right? So challenges. But typically speaking right now, I wouldn't do swaps. If it was what I just said, where you can upgrade to the next level, upgrade to an epic from a bunch of rares, and commons to some rares, whatever it is, then I'd be interested. For now, I'm only looking at the upgrades, and if I want to keep the players, sell them. Simple as that. Okay? So, now that we have that figured out on what players you want to keep an eye on to build up towards your squad, what about choosing the players to actually get out on the pitch and do work for you, right? You see my starting 11 here. You see we're in a 3-5-2. I'll switch between this and, let's say, a 4-3-3. I also like the 5-2-1-2. Really just depends. If I'm going for a cross spammer, I'll go 5-2-1-2, but keep my wingbacks back. So I can typically always have somebody ready to snuff out those crosses. If I'm going for someone that's just spamming lofted through balls and I'm in my 3-back, I'm going to switch to probably the 4-3-3. If I'm playing someone that's just dominating me in the center of the pitch, I'll go to something more narrow, maybe a 4-3-1-2 or 4-1-2-1-2 to try to clog up the middle. Okay? If I need a goal, of course, my 3-5-2, and it has good defensive coverage, but, just saying, there's some teams that can absolutely cook you, and you got to be more tight on the defense. So you have to change it as you go sometimes, but for the most part, this is the squad that I go out and try to play with. But what led me to this starting 11? Is it just because the epics in here and then legendaries are there and then I just picked a random keeper? No, of course not, right? As a matter of fact, I had certain uncommon cards that started over both rares and certain epics before, right? The reason why these cards are on here isn't because of these overall stats that you see right here. It's because of their detailed stats. And it's important that you know how your players perform on the pitch. Obviously, first, you're going to take a glance at their stats, and you're going to choose your lineup accordingly. But then, it's so important that you don't just go out and play once you choose your squad. Make sure you're getting to know these players, right? Know their strengths and weaknesses, and figure out how that ties to how they perform on the pitch. Like how these stats that you read to start them actually tied to them on the pitch. We'll use Madi as a prime example, right? When I play with Madi, as you see, she's got a good amount of goals. Now, these statistics, as good as goals does at keeping these stats, okay, as good as they do at keeping all types of detailed stats for every game, these can be off sometimes, I've noticed. Madi's actually look correct, or maybe even lower. I'm not 100% positive, right? But the bottom line is, that's where she's at. She's a very strong player. Okay, and one of the best things she does is either isolate defenders and burn them, okay, to get chances on goal, or cut in for finesse shots. Her finesse shots are beast mode, right? They're almost automatic. If I get to a certain angle, I can dang near call it every single time, right? The only weird games, believe it or not, were what I just brought up in those small handful of opponents that, if there are rats that exist or cheaters or something, it's these few players that I play over and over and the goofy stuff happens, right? It's the only time she's been in a situation where she was an automatic, where for some reason her shot, something wasn't adding up. But that's so few and far between, right? 99% of the time, she's going to pull the trigger on finesse shots and bury the ball. She's very good at beating players, setting players up. She's just all around a beast. But what is it that makes her a beast, right? So if you look at the shooting, right, the finesse shots have to do with a combination, right? When she's coming in from an angle, shooting outside the box, just outside the box, that would be considered a mid-range shot. If you remember the attributes, right, you know, and if not, I can tell you now, that those mid-range shots are a combination of finishing and long shots. The closer you get to the box, the more the finishing stats tied into the finesse shot. The further you are when you take a shot, the more the long shots tied in to that finesse shot or mid-range shot. Doesn't have to be finesse. Just typically speaking, you're curling, coming in at an angle, curling the ball in. You could be coming in at a sharper angle and shoot it straight on, and it's the same statistical breakdown. The further away, the more the long shot's less finishing. The closer, the more finishing stat is applied to that middle shot, mid-range shot, right? And the less long shots. Simple as that. So her finishing being at 98, her long shots at 92. For Madi, it doesn't really matter. So that explains why she's so good at those mid-range shots. No matter where she's at, she's excellent. Now, let's say her finishing switches and it's 89, and her long shots, let's switch that 92 to 29. That means the further out finesse shots are very, very unlikely to go in. With 29 long shots, they're just going to be almost like goalie practice, right? So 89 finishing is not terrible. It's not elite, though. But 29 long shots would be awful. You might as well not even hit anything that would be considered mid-range. Wait till you get in the box. Why? Because when you get in the box, that's considered that's full on your finishing stat. Which, whether it's 98 or if we technically wanted to switch it around, it's still good. So Madi, with the excellent dribbling, and you see why, 97 close dribbling, 97 sprint dribbling, her first touch 88, but you can hardly notice because everything else is so elite. 96 agility, so she switches directions on a dime. 80 bounce isn't elite, but not terrible. And 89 skills is very good. So whether she's doing ball rolls, step overs, or drag backs, they're very quick and sharp. Okay? Now, attacking IQ isn't very strong, but attacking IQ isn't present in the game right now. Okay? Finishing, the shot power, everything that's, 92, 97 acceleration, sprint speed, even just, strength at 61 instead of like 39. There's some players that have that. It's not terrible. Even her defending being at 78. She's just a great all-around player. Her ground pass at 78. It could be way worse. Through pass 77. Right? These things could all be worse. Which is why if she's not my most valuable player, she is one of them. She's on the Mount Rushmore of OGFC Alpha Squad, for sure. And you could see why. It's very easy with those stats to see. Now, not every player is as obvious as that. Let's use Engel, for example. All right, so Engel is a player that does decent. Hasn't been playing as much, though, but modestly done well. And she is a player that's explosive, but in a straight line. So I can explain, right? If I have the shield button and I'm dribbling, there's not many players, like even if they have a head start on her, that are going to come to the side and win the ball. She'll power through and she'll bury the ball in the upper corner almost every time. Another player where earlier today was literally the only time, for Engel, the only time, because I didn't have her at the other small amount of goofy days. But that was the only time where her shots were off. Usually I can call her shots too. It's not finesse shots. It's these runs down the right side and these bombs to the upper far corner, right? So why is that, though? Why is that explosiveness that much sharper, like even than Madi? Well, acceleration and speed, 95, 96. Okay? Her first touch is a 93. Remember, that's the one area where Madi's, I think, was upper 80, so not terrible, but 93 first touch. So as soon as she gets the ball, boom, she's already taken off. A little bit higher acceleration and sprint speed, right? Her aggression, 79. I don't think aggression's turned on right now either. But close dribbling, 96. So when she's dribbling, the ball's close, so the defender isn't going to be able to get in there and steal the way like they do against a lot of players, because they're lower sprint and close dribbling. The ball's taken off way ahead of them. The defender can time it and come in, right? Sprint dribbling, 91. Balance, 89, so she's not going to get knocked off the ball. Change of direction, only 84. That's like her worst one. And remember what I just said. She's more in a straight line. I'm not going to typically cut back and forth. Even though 84 is not terrible, it's just not as what she's as good at. Now, what's crazy, though, is her shot power is 76, finishing 89. Right? Attacking IQ is not really effective right now. Weak foot's 93, even though I have her on the right, shooting right. So that's the interesting part, because her shots seem to be bombs in the upper far corner. Everything else ties together with what I said, notice. Even just the decent passing. Terrible defending, but never defend with her. That's the only one that doesn't quite match up those bombs she takes to the upper far corner. Let's go to the next player, Kyo. Much of the same, right? Modest, but still good amount of goals in that amount of matches too. Just not a Madi or even a Sparks early on, or even a Kocha early on, or goal scoring machine. But we're also playing tougher players. But she's the same way, right? Excellent on the ball, excellent finishing. She can get some finesse shots going. She doesn't have that like specialty like Madi, beating people one-on-one, cutting and finesse shots, angle, powering by people, hitting that rocket to the far corner. Kyo's, let's call it a mix. And you see 92, 93 acceleration, sprint speed. Everything but attacking IQ is good. Not elite except for penalties, right? Weak foot's actually at 77. Isn't terrible either, though. Passing, lofted passing, crossing, elite. Everything else just decent. Dribbling, agility, 99, so she can switch directions very quickly. First touch, 94, which is very good. 89 close and sprint dribbling, so that won't be elite, but still very good. As close to elite as you can get without being elite. Right, so sometimes she's going to lose the ball a little more than, let's say, a Madi or even an Angle, but not bad at all. Still an elite level player overall, for sure, right? And I could keep going through with every single one of these players. This Ruprecht, he's one of those players, 88 overall, right? Nothing that stands out like, wow, he's amazing at this, but just overall a very solid player in the attack. Not defensively, as you can see, but in the attack. Right? He can't accelerate for crap, right? But once he does hit top speed, he's pretty dang fast. So it's almost deceiving on the pitch. You rarely see it. But his first touch is excellent. His passing, especially his through passing, his ground passing is elite. Elite free kicks as well. He scored, like, I believe that was the first free kick I ever scored. That was earlier today, actually. Right? Attacking IQ is not on right now, but that's good. Finishing's lower. Shot power, long shots, all that's decent. So not exactly the best epic card, right? But just a well-rounded card. He would be the first player replaced if I get the chance. Okay? Definitely would be the first player replaced. But when you look at those overall stats compared to these detailed stats, there's nothing that stands out. Like Kocha had like 99 acceleration, 95 sprint speed, then like 98 attacking IQ, 96 finishing. Let's just assume attacking IQ worked. Well, at least in those two areas, you have an elite player. With Ruprecht, you have an overall excellent rated card, overall well-rounded card, but nothing spectacular in any areas, right? Many, including myself, would probably say Coach is more dangerous, but I don't need a striker. I'm covered there with these two wingers that are playing striker, right? A makeshift CM from another star player that's been around for a while. Weak dribbling, but other than that, very good. Finishing is just about perfect. Shot power is 99, 92, 97 acceleration, sprint speed, right? Close dribbling and sprint dribbling, 97. But what's odd about Sparks, okay, when you see her dribbling, or no, that's Madi. I was like, wait, what did I go into? I meant to go into Sparks. Sorry about that, guys. And I'm not starting. There she is, Sparks. That's what was confusing me. I'm like, her dribbling isn't that good. So you see Sparks. Same thing on the attacking IQ and finishing, elite, right? With the passing, not great but not terrible. Excellent acceleration, but her top speed isn't the greatest. Defending isn't terrible, though, so she can get back and do some work. Same with, like, stamina doesn't matter right now, but 99 stamina, decent physicality, right? So the worst area for her that stands out on the pitch, right, is both the sprint speed and the dribbling, right? For one, she can accelerate fast, but her top speed isn't very good, so a lot of defenders will catch her. But then when they do catch her, the ball's way out ahead of her when she sprints. And even when she close dribbles, the ball isn't that close, right? Not to mention her first touch, she feels like she's stuck in the mud. I 1000% need a replacement for Sparks. As a matter of fact, I almost wish I had one now. It almost blows my mind that I don't. Because of all these players, right? That's the one card. Because over here we look at Alonso, for example. Acceleration, sprint speed, brilliant. Defending, good enough, definitely, right? Especially the interceptions part. But I'll say the crazy part for him is they don't have an auto tackle stat. So even though his stand tackle 66, because of that excellent acceleration and speed and then good agility, right? He's a nightmare for opponents. He overtakes opponents, so overwhelms them, and gets the ball so many times. And then his dribbling is right there with Mahdi's for the best on the team. Right up there. You see close dribbling, sprint dribbling, 94, 91 respectively, 94 first touch. So he receives the ball, boom, he's right at it. Agility, 89, not, still very good. 82, balance, 98 skills, so very quick on the skills, right? Decent enough shooting, nothing spectacular. Terrible passing, which is his weak point, and just decent physicality, right? But still an absolute beast, built to essentially be a wingback, honestly. I had him in a center box-to-box role, but I needed a better passer there, hence Ruprecht with the 90 passing. Even Grillo with the 94 passing, right? This is a no-brainer. Everything but shooting, she's elite, right? The one area, unfortunately, like defensive IQ, I'm not worried about because, that would be more something I worry about for full release. Defensive and attacking IQ right now aren't as important, but the close dribbling and even the sprint dribbling, right? If I'm not pressing sprint and I'm just dribbling the ball regular, the ball for her, for Grillo, still is going to go far enough my opponent can dispossess me. Whereas a lot of players with close dribbling, they feel almost untouchable currently. Right? And then sprint dribbling still isn't elite. Even when she's sprinting, the ball is going to be able to be taken. So you just got to be careful there. But other than that, an absolute beast. 178 cm. See Ferns at 188. Shabangu's another short player, 177. What was Grillo? 178. So these three are very similar. They could play defensive mid, or center back, or really any defensive position. They're just all very bad at shooting. Other than that, they range from elite to almost elite to very good to good. Nothing okay or average or bad. So they make up the center of my defense. And then, of course, I got this epic Altani. And then we're going to go back to this Sparks, by the way. But this epic Altani, I actually had him on the bench for this Frigario, because I saw the 93 pace, 98 but only 87 speed, terrible physicality, but elite, what I thought was elite defending, but when you really look at it, right, her elite jockeying boosted up, but other than that, she's a wing mid that I was playing center back, and she's terrible on paper, but here's what I'll tell you, here's the kicker. On paper, this was a stupid decision. Altani, way better. Not only that, but Fazal Altani's an OG of this squad. The original Capitan, the original only epic card that I had, and obviously I still have him. He's played wingback. Now you see he's playing center back. And just definitely a better card on paper than Frigario. And he is very good in game. I am glad I'm starting him. But in game, the kicker with Frigario was she was incredible. Now, believe it or not, I'm looking at why like Frigario and Alonso are both incredible, and I think those players with defensive abilities as well as excellent certain dribbling stats such as agility and balance, I think that makes for a good defender, right? And you see 98 agility, 86 balance mixed with good defending stats, especially the jockeying at 96, interception 91, stand tackle 88, much better than Alonso's. They're just very good at overtaking the ball and then getting out of trouble because they have better dribbling typically than center backs, so they're not going to be stuck in trouble or getting tackle backs as much against them and stuff like that, right? So that's the squad. So going back to Sparks now, that dribbling is crushing me, and that lack of speed on the wing is crushing me. Now Sparks is an OG. If I go in and look at her stats, assuming they're right, we have to see. Sometimes this, yeah, 134 matches, 168 goals, 1.25 goals per game, 0.59 assists per 90 minutes. So 60% of the time she's getting an assist. 60% of each game. 60% of the time, however that works. You get it. She's about 60% with expected goals per 90. She's got 86 assists overall. Brilliant stuff. I wish for defenders, because they keep them overall, but I wish, like right here, they would have a whole nother queue. And for Sparks, it would be very little. But for defenders, like aerial battles 1, interceptions 1, aerial battles, interceptions, blocks, aerial battles, interceptions, blocks. What else was I thinking? Receptions, blocks, there's something else I wanted in there, but whatever. At least those 3. Like, I wish they had defensive stats too, right? But with that being said, let's go through here and see. So, where she's struggling, right? So I need elite acceleration, speed, and then I need much better dribbling. Then after that, I would look at the passing, then shooting, physicality, tied, and a little bit of defense wouldn't be bad. Do I have a player like that at all? Well, this player right here, Anacleto, 97, 92 acceleration, 97, 89 speed, so 92, so better there, but not by much. Not by much, right? Dribbling 57, her dribbling 75. So even though Anacleto felt good on that, like playing in a 5-2-1-2 on the wing or even in the 3-5-2, Sparks on paper is better. I believe I'm just expecting more out of her, right? Coach and Bullich, no way, right? Because they're just running a straight line, long ball, specialist type of strikers, and we're not on that tip anymore. So better dribblers. So here's a decent dribbler with no pace. Nothing going there. Less close and sprint dribbling need to be much better. So so right now, not much going there as far as this left-sided winger. Now I could replace Madi, but Madi's inside curling shots are just too good. If I went Alonso out here, Ruprecht's just not fast enough. So Sparks will stay there. But that's who I'm looking for a replacement for. Might even do with the 83 passing. Probably even going to try Anacleto, because one thing she does have is that elite level passing, and it does pay off a lot of times. She is a lefty. So we're going to try this Anacleto, despite Sparks being much higher rated, being an epic, not an uncommon. And we're going to see how she does. Now, you can go further than this if you wanted to, right? You can go into the stats of your players. You could go into the stats of your players and really dive into the details of it, right? If you really wanted to, and see each game, their expected goals, right? Whatever else, the expected assists, the key passes they make, all these types of things. You can see all that, which is brilliant, obviously, right? So especially as this game goes forward, more and more stats are going to be added to the game that are useful, because not every stat's active, so the game's playing differently. So not only is it going to be different on the pitch, it's going to be different on how you read players. It's going to be different on what you look at to upgrade players or sell them away. And then swaps will be upgraded too, I'm sure. Everything's going to be sharpened, but what the alpha does, getting used to it now, not only can you help with feedback to help sharpen the game up, but you can really understand the foundation of the game so you can hit the ground running. It's awesome. No other game has released this much depth to their game in an alpha. Maybe you could play like Kickoff or something like that, right? So that's the very cool part of this. So make sure you take advantage of that. All right, let's get into our first game of the night. Sentinel Goats we have here. 15-89. In the 3-5-2 to start. Remember all those stats that I was just talking about, all the different players, and let's see if you notice some of these stats with those players. 4-2-3-1 versus a 3-5-2. So we'll duly noted. We'll try to really stretch them out wide before we go into the middle. We'll see how that works, and let's get into it. Oh, well, that's silly. All right, and we're down 1-0 to start. Good. Try to get him right off the bat. Let's play. Hit me with the little run, I'll get you with this. By the way, if you're wondering why I'm going at this player, I'm 99% sure. We'll see, it could have just been a mistake. But I'm 99% sure this is a little alt. So if you wonder, like, why would you have a second account? It could be to test players out, right? Or it could be to crash people's rank. One of the two. Oh, come on. Silliness. Beautiful. Good. Oh, I read it right, but I didn't. What the hell? You know those. Guys, I'm telling you. Out of bounds. These games, man. Good. 2. Bravo. I don't know why he pulled his goalie there. That might have been automatic. It's hard to tell, especially if you have your goalie on sweeper keeper, which I do because typically they make the right move. It will look like they're coming out and it's silly. Come on, don't force it like that. Beautiful defense. That's why I like the 3-5-2. It forces you to play solid defense. You're in. Beautiful goal. Beautiful left stick. I want to show you why here. Look. Most people would dribble into this tackle here. Pulled it back perfectly. And he did good. I mean, this is a good player. This is either an alt account or a player that came in and just has a natural feel for the game. And that's like, again, the competitor in me. When I like went for that cross right away, kind of showing him like, dude, you little bitch, you're on an alt account. Even though like it could just be he wanted to try new players. Right? You see what I'm saying? But for me, Like, I'm pissed he just scored a goal on me. And my initial thought was like, you know, I don't know, show him that I know that he's in an alt account, like he's trying to purposely screw me over, because there are some players like that. Like, literally, if you go, you'll read they're just trying to crash people's SR out. Probably not one of those players, but remember what I said at the beginning of this video. There's toxic players like that, ratty players like that in every other football game. So that poisonous mentality carries over, right? So if you saw right off the bat that initial like ratty play leading up to that first goal, whether it was considered a legit cross or not, that's how I felt in my mind. Even if it didn't look like it, I'm telling you, like in my mind when he scored, it's like, oh hell no, you're one of these. You're doing this to try to just, you know, take joy in crashing people's SR out with your terrible overall because you're a good player but a new account. Could totally be wrong. Could be just a good brand new player, literally. Or it could be a player that is using an alt account, but doing so simply because he wanted to try new players and see if he could test his luck and get better players. And then once I settle down, like the skills prevailing, right? But that's that poisonous mindset I had off the bat. Let's see if we can finish it. Beautiful. Golazo. So you see Ruprecht, remember what I said. Good all-around player. Not elite anywhere, but good all-around player. Remember, Anacleto, 99 crossing. She got the cross at the beginning. Like I said, like she's an elite crosser. So even though I scored that and right now crosses are OP, she's the type of player that's going to put those type of balls in every time because of that 99 crossing. And trust me, you can tell the difference. The difference between how quickly it gets to your player and how, like, without an arc to it. The lower the cross, the more arc, the slower it is, which means the defender has more time to react. That's the passing system. If you want to know more about the passing system and you haven't watched it, look at my video with Stallion, who literally is the creator of goals passing, okay? But when you cross and you do all that, it's not, there's dispersion in like lofted through balls, but not on ground passes, and I don't think on crosses either, right? There's no dispersion. It's simply like the higher the stat, the quicker and sharper it gets to the player, put it that way, so the defender has less time to react. That's the difference between, let's say, like a real life tackle. Man, I wish the ball rolls would work better there, the step overs, but so you could do an R9 style step over, let's say, to beat the goalie, but you just have to left stick around them, in case you didn't know. Good. Good. Ah. Good ball. Remember, against Law, those two chances cost me. Those two types of chances cost me. Own goal from the keeper. For some reason, he's watching it. All right. So there's that game. So if we look at the stats here, we look how each player played. We go back up. Right? So if I wait, it will actually show me. So we'll refresh this. See if it updated. Ramaji, yep, 5-1 win. If I click into it, I can get the details of the game. Right? I can see the overall ratings. So the player of this game for my team, my keeper, believe it or not, followed by Ruprecht. On his team, 9.2 for his attacking mid. Interesting. So you see the match events, you see all the goals. Kehoe, Mahdi with 2, Ruprecht and then he scored an own goal on purpose to end the game. If I look at players, go to players, you can see the top ratings. Oh, so there's a different story right there. I wonder why that's not what it read on the front screen. Mahdi, his attacking mid did get a high rating, but Mahdi was essentially player of the game. All right, followed by my Ruprecht. Expected goals 1.97. Expected assists. Keogh's up there in the Ecleto with the beautiful crosses. Got one for an assist. Goals, minutes played, attacks. So the shots, key passes. Keogh's up there. If you look at her passing, 88. So it matches. 90 passing for Ecleto's up there. So a lot of this stuff matches. The stats are your players' tools, and then obviously your tools are your players. It's simple as that. There is no play styles or showtime skills or whatever other stuff that these other football games have. There is none of that, right? So you completed passes, aerial duels, won, the whole 9, tackles. It's all there. Keep going down, interceptions, goalkeeping. So that's what you're going for when you're playing goals. You're trying to learn your team, right, to make sure you put the best players in the best positions. Then you figure out the play style that you're going to dominate with the best. Now, for this game to truly be as good as it can be, we need to have it to where you can just go out and play the game. Oh, so this is another first for me. Tall Tom. So I see he makes content and stuff like that. So this will be our first time playing, which I'm excited about. So we're in the 3-5-2. We'll see what he has. And we'll go out and play some football. See what we can do in this game. May the best man win. See what he's playing. 4-3-1-2. So a very narrow setup. See if we may need to adjust or not. We're going to try to come out on the front foot here and attack sharp. We're in the dark kits, and let's get at it. Good. Oh. Corner. I don't know why I shot from there. For some reason, I felt I could get a near post shot. Ah, silliness. That was weird how it locked on there. Alright, so we know what kind of player we got here. Good football. I like what I'm seeing actually on the attack, so we'll keep going for it. So he's a long ball type of guy. But we're just going to play it outright and see what happens. Golazo! Let's go. Good. Oh, come on. Can't switch. I cannot switch. So silly, dude. I'm gonna have to get you on it. So silly, bro. Oh my god, I hate these types of games like that, bro. If you hear my controller, you can hear me, dude. You can hear me switching over and over. God, I can't stand these types of games. It's always the same against the same types of players. It's always the same against the same types of players. It sucks. But it is what it is. What are you going to do? Alright, we'll figure it out. Alright, so we got a long baller. And I can't be forcing him just because he is. And then I got to just switch earlier on some of those. I'm going to keep my 3-5-2, though. I'm not going to switch it up. I got to sharpen up, too, but you guys see what's up. Alright, so we'll just keep playing our game. Try to watch the long balls. Hopefully, the next time I can actually switch my players right. Gave up a Division 6 level goal there. Unfortunately. Dude. What the fuck is the cause of this shit that... You know what I mean? You guys see what I'm talking about here. Just some low-level shit, dude. Just some low-level loser shit. I can't stand this dude. He's not a good player for shit. How is this dude creating content? How is this loser creating content, bro? I can't stand people like this, bro, that make the game look like shit for no reason. It's all, like it's all tacklebacks and loser shit, bro. Yeah, so this is definitely not someone... Like, maybe Corbin them can handle this guy. But to me, he's just a dog shit player. No skill whatsoever, making the game look like shit. But congrats, buddy. You can do tacklebacks and stupid broken near post shots. Good job. Glad it's worth your time. Zero football from this dude. But I don't know how to be a broken loser, so I can't score the broken shots or get tackle backs. It's hilarious. Look at this. It's all the just how come it's always the same against the same players? I mean, you guys are watching this gameplay. Zero skill from this dude. Look at that. I went to my left. I went to my left. Why would that pass go on there? I went to my left. Yeah, this dude's a fucking dog shit player, bro. Dog shit. This is what he streams the game. Look at this. It's all delayed. You cannot tell me that these players... This is totally different than anything that you're feeling in other games. This dude's dog shit. You cannot tell me that these type of losers that go for those same broken shots, the same broken plays. There's zero skill from this dude. Everything's tackle backs from delay. You cannot tell me that that's just not affecting the game or something that he's doing at least. It's only the same players. There's very few that it happens against. I've played other top players, Marceau, Law, all these guys. It doesn't happen against. This dude is a trash can. Zero skill. Zero ability. Sharing dog shit in the game. There's nothing here. Look at this. All the goofy shit that goes down against these type of players. Like, it's not even fun playing against these zero skilled players, dude. Look at this. I just smoked him. He's not even good. He's not even good. I'm reading him every step of the way. Dog shit, dude. This dude's a total loser. Look, I mean, dude, what's the point? What's the point? Congrats. You know some tricks because you watch like Marceau and them. Good job. Good job. You're dog shit. Look at this, bro. Wide open passes, too. It's only against certain players. I played 1,000,000 games. Look at this. Bro, you cannot tell me stopping the runs and shit like that. Losers, dude. Losers. Congrats, bro. If this is what people watch, who's gonna play this game? This is you share content doing this shit. You're a total dog shit player, bro. Yeah, I can't stand this. I officially got a new enemy in town. You are a total loser, bro. I cannot stand this. I just apologized to the rats who aren't rats. This is a rat loser player. For sure. 100%. The game, when it's played like this, it looks like shit. Look at this loser. Look what he just did. Can't stand him. If you guys are subscribed to this dude, good luck watching him play. Good luck with that. Go watch that game. Go watch him or any of his content. I guarantee it's dog shit. So I have my first official enemy on this. No, I'm not even going to say nothing. I'm just going to keep creating content. Total dog shit player, bro. The game, dude, whatever it is, like, I'm not saying I'm getting it right for whatever I'm calling it, okay? But whatever those players, like, are doing, because I've played Corb about 10 times. I've played Law 4 times. I've played Marceau, beat me 9-1. Played Yo, he beat me 4-1. I played Tactic 1, very ratty player. People all said he was. I'm not saying this tall Tom guy, but, bro, the fact that, I mean, that dude is awful. Like, if that's how he's playing the game, nobody's gonna say, I'm gonna tell him no comment. I'm just gonna say no comment. I'm not like I've played all these guys. I've played all these games enough to know how each player is. He very well could be a guy that never played football but just likes football games. Although my boy Phil's like that and he knows shit. That is a player that makes goals look like shit. So my point is if you go and you play a loser like that, you're going to laugh at this game and say, "Oh yeah, look at this. This is what I expect from goals. Cartoon arcade game." Right? Cartoon arcade game. Zero chance you're actually promoting the game in a good way. Now, he might not know he's not, but zero chance that eyeballs watching that type of gameplay is good for it. Now, the devs could never say that, right? But that type of loser is not good for the game. He knew what he was doing too. When you call someone a loser like that, he knows exactly what he was going for. He knew how he was playing. You see a guy like Corb or Law in them, the reason why they're actually not only better than a loser like that at the game, but they're going to be good for the game. Why I keep saying Corb, start a channel, Law, studying. He can't. You have this tall Tom. Now, maybe he only twitches. Hopefully no one watches. But you have guys like that showcasing the worst of the game, making the game look bad. For whatever reason against those certain players. Now, I have no idea. He might know, like the little Vlodabed King guy, the same shot he did. That's what that idiot just did. Like the low driven right through the keeper to make the game look like shit. Congrats. Oh, well, it's an alpha. We want to show the devs. Yeah, I'm sure that's what you were doing, Tall Tom. Keep making your dog shit content. And I don't even know if it's dog shit. Up to today, I would have been like the more the merrier in goals. But we got to call a spade a spade. Call a spade a spade. So, the truth is in the gameplay. Everyone can watch and see for themselves. A player like that, if you watch goals and watch this tall, if you watch that game back and say, "Oh, that was good. That was good gameplay," right? Then, yeah, I'm not even going to talk to this loser, bro. He said, expected better sportsmanship from a fellow streamer. Dude, you are not a... Anyway, just watch the game. You guys have seen a million different games from myself playing against all these different players. Have I ever not called it straight? Right? When I got it wrong against I Am French on the shield dribbling, what did I do? But first thing he starts doing, going for over the top lofteds, which, remember, I was defending those and I had to come off my perch and say, "Guys, I'm a moron," because I thought these guys were bullies. I was like, this is ruining the game. I might as well quit goals if I keep promoting this. So this dude's actually still doing this shit all that time later. But not only that, forget about that. We that's no problem. I still mark those out. He didn't get one lofted through ball, right? He's going constant tackle backs is his only way of defending, which, by the way, why does the game... Someone's got to explain to me. If the game's perfect connection, which I'm always promoting, go look at my content, right? So this is me asking about these few players where this happens against. If you go look at what I'm promoting, content-wise, I talk about the 95% of the games that I play. But why is there that 5% of players, and they're always the same? The Vlodabed King, where I was talking about how good he was, and then 4 different people said, "Bro, all he does is glitch the same low shot every time." Then I go look at his record, and I'm like, oh man, maybe they're right. I thought the dude was the best player I'd seen. He actually even thought I was trolling when I gave him the compliment, the Vlodabed. So I hear about that. So then you have this tall Tom dude, same bullshit, 74 different tackle backs. Game feels weird. You can't move. Like, I'm not saying it's him, but you guys can see the skill in some games. So other games have these things. I just talked about at the beginning. I just talked about this exact thing. These other games, when you look up this stuff, right? You look up the gameplay from these other rats. You look up these other games, the actual number 1 player in the world that's constantly cheating. So these other games can poison your minds, right? So you're going to get it wrong sometimes. But that tall Tom dude, there's not a chance. The way he plays, bro, you can tell. Once you've played these games enough, you can see it's total garbage. If I watch that game back and somehow I'm wrong because I've done that before, but it's one of those ones where it's like I'm positive from it. So, you guys watch the game. You guys let me know what you think. If somehow that's the type of football that's like that, and I'm wrong, and like that was normal, like if that game's the same as the Corb video I released, or the thumping I got from Marceau, or the thumping I got from Yo, who else? That was along the lines of the Tactic 1 type of video. In my opinion. Hey, it's my opinion. My channel, my opinion. If I'm dead wrong, if you guys watch that and say, dude, that dude had all skill. That dude was playing good. He was showing the best of goals. He made then I come off of it like, damn, good game. You guys are, like I said, I've played all these other guys a million times. Never once felt like, if that was like, say, my first game in goals, who knows if I might have been back at eFootball or something, because it wasn't football at all. But you guys watch it back, you guys leave in the comments. That's the beauty of it. And guess what, if he makes content and that's good football, I guess we'll see. People will go watch his content. That's the beautiful part of it, right? Gameplay doesn't lie. Bode to God. Gameplay doesn't lie. I don't know the guy at all personally, too. He could be literally Mother Teresa. So if you watch content based on nice people, I can't tell you he's not a good person. I can tell you he's not a good player. All right, let's get into the next one. Try to hopefully play an actual football game here. And watch. Right off the bat, I can tell even just from my first running. Even just running around. Right? I can tell even from just running around. Actual football. Dude, it's always the same shit against these same losers, bro. Why is that? What is that feeling? If this, dude, I swear, if my talk with Marky convinced me, like, remember UFL? Remember you... Marky's like, no, bro, it's not. None of that exists here. And I believe him. But remember in UFL with the disconnection glitch, okay? Remember what those rebounds got to be fixed. Coates has talked about that, and he's right. His defender, well, yeah, his defender should have won that. But they got to be, I want the goalies to parry it like FC. But anyway, what I'm getting at is, in UFL, everyone's like, no, bro, how could a player disconnect it, dude? That's just paranoia, man. That's not, look at that ball. That's just paranoia. And it turned out being true that they were disconnecting. How they found that glitch out, I don't know. But literally, they would hit screen recorded, screenshot, and they were disconnecting the game. It wasn't a myth. Now, I'm not saying that's happening at all, but if it ends up being the case, I'd be one unhappy camper for sure. Ah, terrible defense. What's up with these fucking passes? What the fuck? Look at this. What the fuck? What the fuck, guys? What is up with that little freezing? And it just ran through my player again. It just ran through my player again. Unbelievable with this shit, dude. Look at this. I can't pass. I can't do anything. I don't know, bro. Yeah, never mind. Maybe Tom's a great player. You're right. Maybe these guys are all awesome. Sorry. It's definitely... This game's... These players are great. It's all their skill, yeah. It's all their skill. Tom was great. Go watch his content. Excellent player. Can't complete a 5-yard pass anymore. These guys are awesome. They're definitely skilled. It's definitely me for sure. I totally forgot how to play football all of a sudden. Fucking joke. I'm just gonna have to go back to hoofing lawn balls, I guess. Look at the delay. Look at the delay. You can't say that's not delay. What would that be? What would that be if it's not delay? Look at this. That never happens, guys. It's not even connecting to the right player. That never happens to me. Look at this. That was a perfectly good pass. It's only against these certain players. You guys just saw that wide open pass. You guys didn't see it, right? Why did that lock on to that wrong player? This is the same as the Celcio thing. So no other games does that shit happen. It's a joke, guys. Same with there. Same with there. The weights and stuff like that. I haven't seen this yet happen before yet. It's just a joke, dude. Complete joke. It's not even football anymore, dude. It's not even football anymore. Look at that. How did he win that? Through my player. We'll watch this together after. You guys tell me if I'm crazy. Look, can't switch. You guys tell me if I'm crazy after this. If this is actually how the game's supposed to... If I'm going crazy. If that's how the game normally is. And it's not these losers in the way they're playing. Oh my god, bro. I don't even know what to do anymore, guys. To complete a pass to do nothing. What am I supposed to do there? So yeah, these guys are great. I'm wrong. This game's good. Skill issue. For sure. The balls that are locking onto those players that have never done that before, that's all me. Look, can't switch. Look, can't even do anything. These guys are fucking dog shit ass players too, dude. That's what sucks, but whatever. He knows he is too. They know what they're doing, bro. Doesn't even matter. They're making the game look like shit. Congrats. You guys have seen 100 games. If I'm wrong, and these guys are good players, and this is how the game's supposed to be, then so be it. If these are considered good players and there's no delay, everything's normal here. Look at this goofy shit. The game never does this. You can't act. Look at the delay. How am I supposed to pass or play? Look at this. Look at the incorrect passes. Look, he's even jacked up. He doesn't even know what he's doing. But it helps him because he's dog shit. Look at this. Look at this. It's fucking terrible. The game never looks like this. You guys are telling me that this is normal? This is just some rat loser, bro. Period. I'll keep playing the games and you guys will see that they'll get normal. You guys are watching the balls connect. Not saying anything about that goal either. The other stuff that's going on. You guys are watching the game there. And if someone comes in and tells me that that's normal, I'll believe you. If someone tells me that the balls lock into the random players, hasn't happened at all in other games, right? The dude had 0 defense. The first 10 minutes the game feels fine. Next thing you know, the ball's running all over the place. The dude's kicking it out of bounds. The ball's locking to random players. Guarantee this is some watch. There's a story behind that dude's account. Guarantee it's some alt account or whatever. You'll see, dude. Let's go look actually. Let's go look at his account and goals. I'll pull it up on here actually. Guaranteed, guys. Guaranteed. So let's refresh this. Guarantee it's some alt account. Some typical rat player. But if you guys watch those games and watch all the other ones, leave a comment and let me know. Tell me that's normal. Let's look at this dude's shit. But what I don't get is if the game's really... Like, people have been saying the game's bad, but not for, like, these reasons. You see what I mean? Look at this dude. Just got beat 5-1 by some 1892. Barely beating 1,600 players. Look at this. You guys have seen me play all these top players in the world, right? Literally, top players right now in goals. And this dog shit player, look at his record and shit. Dog shit player. Oh, but that's totally normal. The game, and it just so happened that the balls are running all over the place. You can't make a 5-yard pass. The ball's running past people. Same with the Turkey Tom or whatever his name is. Give me a break, bro. Dude, look at your record and shit, bro. I'll let everyone else judge. Between you and Turkey Tom, I've played Law, Corb, Marceau. I haven't got to see Markey. The only player that you come close to is the one dude that everyone knows is a rat. I don't want to say his name because I think he's a good guy. I think that's how he plays. But you look like total dog shit, bro. But hey, you're either not meaning to play like that and you're just bad. But why is it that just against you the ball's running all over and locking to different players and shit? You realize people have eyes. So either, I'm not saying you did it, but I went through the same thing in UFL when people were like, oh, bro, that's just happening. And then every one of those people ended up being jackasses. There's no way. Look how bad your record is. Look how bad you do overall. All of a sudden, right? All of a sudden, you just turn in an incredible performance when it was terrible by both of us. But the ball's locking to random players. Bro, I couldn't even make a 5-yard pass. Supposedly, that's supposed to just be the game. But that never happens against these other actual good players, right? Look, this is an actually good player. Like right here, this is a top player. Selcho, 22-19. So, let's see. Look for the ball bouncing all over the place, right? Let's look for the ball locking onto random targets. Let's actually look to see if all that stupid shit happened from the last 2 games. Let's just look. I'm going to keep my 3-5-2. This is a player that's around the same like as Marceau. So what, right? So let's see if all that stupid shit happens. I guarantee you it does not. Guarantee it. Guarantee it. I guarantee I can actually connect passes. Oh, what do you know? I connected a pass. What do you know? There's no delay. Wow, that's weird. That's weird. That's weird. A shitty player that can't beat anybody else. Right? Oh, what do you know? I tackled a player against a way better player than the last two guys I played against. Interesting. What do you know? An actual football player here. Crazy how the game actually looks good. So someone explain that to me. I can actually feel the difference. Now, dude, look. He's going to end up smoking me. But, right? Because I'm giving up the ball like an idiot there. But at the same time, I can still play the game. Look at this. Ball's not locking on anywhere. Right? Look, I can actually move the ball. I actually can move the ball. Last two games against two way worse players, I can't do shit. Somebody tell me that. Somebody tell me how that's possible. Oh, I tried to get it all the way out wide. And yes, I know I'm playing a 3-5-2 against one of the best players in the world, but who cares? This is how you get better, bro. Good D. This is how you get better. Notice this. Look, imagine me doing this against those last two. The game would have been, they both would have been destroyed. But I'm not, if those guys didn't do anything, it just so happens they also happen to go for all the rat shit, right? It just so happens that they also happen to get tacklebacks every time. It's crazy. Look how good. Look, he's playing crisp. His balls aren't locking on anywhere. Right? Mine aren't. How the fuck is that? How do you guys explain that? So is that supposed to just be connection and those guys happen to not notice and they play accidentally like that? If that's the case, so be it. I'd really like to know. But how come magically against a way better player is this shit possible? You see what I'm saying? I couldn't even cut like that against in the last game. I didn't even get one run like this after I scored the first goal. Because Bodie, if I would have been able to move like this against you, no offense, but it's 5-1. So I'm not saying it's your fault, bro, but it looks bad when the ball's locking everywhere. And then you're just a shit player overall. Nice goal. You're a shit player. Look at the difference. This is one of the best players in the world, and I can actually move and play against him. I play against these two bozos last game, and I can't move for shit. I even got a tackle back there, which is crazy enough. But the last game I was so delayed, I couldn't get shit going. And I'm playing a 3-5-2. Selcho's literally probably top. I think he's like top 5. But look at the last two games. Imagine if I could move like this. Now, you guys saw the difference between the last two games. Look at even the movement. And I'm staying in a 3-5-2 against a way better player. And the Bodie guy was doing better than him against me. Because I couldn't even complete a pass. So how is that just by chance? It just makes no sense. Look at the tackles and everything, bro. Even making a tackle. Couldn't even make a tackle that last game. You can't tell me this is by chance. I'll even put these games next to each other so you guys can see. I'll put them next to each other so you can see the difference in movement. Look, even the ability just to do this, just to move and cut around. It's just crazy, bro. It's crazy. I'll put them next to each other. There's nobody that's not going to be able to see it. I don't think. Now, we'll watch it. If so, you guys have your own eyes. You guys can see it and tell me, oh, no, bro, this is the exact same. Look at that. I actually tackled him with my defender. Right? I actually tackled him with my defender. You're telling me some dude who can't even beat a 1,600 rated player, like the last one, right? I couldn't tackle him even one time. I'm playing a top 5 or 10 player, whatever Selcho is. I think he's top like 7. And I actually didn't even just stop him with AI. Look, tell me how many balls have randomly locked to random players, by the way. I'll tell you the answer. It's 0. The answer is 0. By the way, sprint dribbling's pointless in this game. You just lose it every time. But anyway. When I do. Look. Look. I'm not crazy, guys. Look it. I'm actually making a tackle. Go figure. Look, so what they do is that, right? You just hold it and they wait for a sprint dribble. So it's kind of like a broken thing. You can just do this over and over. But those guys weren't doing this shit. The ball, see, once I pressed sprint, he stole it. So I saw him talking about this in the thing. But they just make so either A, the game looks like shit and they're not meaning to. But you can't say it's on the game when it's only like, see what I'm saying? Look at the reaction to even get back after that play. Didn't happen in the last 2 games. So how come magically against this dude, who's way better than those last 2, I can actually play some football a little bit? Right? Still get my ass kicked, but against an actual player that's good and not, A, the game looking like shit, ball bouncing between players. Like, yeah, the shield dribble kind of looks goofy. You can't see what's going on, but we know about that. Look, I'm actually able to make these tackles. I didn't stop. Go back and look how many times I was able to stop the Bodie guy. That guy can't even beat. Bro, I'll put the game next to this, Tall Tom. I'll put you and Bodie's game. I don't know who the Bodie guy is, but hear me out. I'm making more plays against Selcho, who, tell me if I'm wrong, he's like top 7 in the world, I think. And then against, yours was more ratty for sure, but the Bodie guy, it's like, dude, it's that same weird feeling. Look, I didn't even get the chance to do one of these because it just wasn't even football. Hey, I got a goal! I actually think that wasn't a bad goal. I couldn't pass like that for shit against you or the Bodie guy. And tell me if I'm wrong, bro, but Selcho's way fucking better than both of you guys. No, you guys people can watch with their own eyes. It's not like I wasn't trying. I couldn't move. Everything was delay. Everything was fucking, the passes were locking to the wrong players. So if that was just like the game, so be it. But it just coincided with, you do you did that shot straight at the goalie, was at that low, driven after a tackle back. You basically scored 2 tackle backs. And then it was a whole bunch of just nonsense. It didn't. Go watch the game. You tell me that the game looked good. This game actually, goals looks good. Like, better than it did in those last 2. And it wasn't necessarily like, oh, I don't know, bro. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But, like, I've played enough of these games where I can feel it. You know what I mean? Oh, what a save. I always go back and watch. But I'll let Simple... Phil, you guys go back and watch and tell me. If I'm wrong, I know they'll tell me. They'll be like, bro, they were the same games or that was skilled. I'm going to try to still stop them one-on-one. Oh, God, I got smoked. But see how, like, I got beat there? Tackled? If that's what you call it? Bro, you weren't playing football at all, dude. You weren't playing football at all. You go watch that and you tell me that looked anything like this. And I know Selcho's way better than both of us, but I don't know. And really, I'm talking, you're mixing up what I'm saying about the last opponent, right? There's this guy I played earlier, Celcio, that's the same way as that Bodie guy. And dude, the scores match with the Bodie one. I'm talking about Bodie. I'm past you, Tom. If that's how you want to promote the game and that was good, like I said, I was like, hey, you're awesome. Go for it. I'm dead wrong. Go ahead. You're great. Keep going. I was once there too, but when I was there, I thought that I was going against bullies and shit like that. They were torturing some kid and came off the whole long ball, make the game look like shit. But if you say that's how you want to play and make the game, go ahead, bro. I'm not. Who are you? Who am I? I'm sure you'll get plenty of views and all that. Great. Good job. Who says I'm the football king? I could be dead wrong, bro. But the Bodie guy, that's where all the weird shit happened. Now, it did happen some against Tom, too, but I don't want to say it. You guys go watch yourself. Why did not one ball get locked to a random player there? Why did not any of the goofy stuff happen against Selcho? Just an honest-to-God question. the random, and I know Tom couldn't see it on his end, but I got a ball with my Madi. I'm playing to Kehoe, and it locks on angle for some reason. That never happens. Sure enough, back to back. Then I play Selcho. Doesn't happen. By the way, Selcho also wasn't doing all the ratty shit. So it's like, you see where it ties together. It's similar to UFL. The people who do the disconnect glitches also, and I'm not saying there's any of that in here, but I'm saying the people in UFL who did those disconnect glitches were the same ones that tended to go for the through ball glitch and the sprint glitch. It always connected, right? In eFootball, right? The same smart assist people were the same ones that would constantly play the ball out wide and go for that diagonal through ball that was broken. It's always the same. Yeah, because did you not see what happened when I tried to pass Tall Tom? That's my point. That's what I'm trying to point out. Sure enough, against a way better player, I could actually play football. But against you two, there was no football there. There was no football. The ball's randomly locking on to different players and shit. But people have eyes. They're going to be able to see and decide like what they see. Like when they watch me versus Selcho, they're going to go, okay, what the fuck? That's weird. Me and you and then me and that Bodie guy was literally all bullshit, bro. There's no way someone's going to watch those games and go, they're going to look, and I could be wrong, bro, but if people watch that game against you and say, dude, that Tall Tom's got skill, so be it, bro. That's their decision. We're both content creators. They can watch and decide. Someone might watch that and go, Tom, what was your tactics? That was great stuff, dude. How did you do that low driven right at the keeper? That was awesome. You know what I mean? Like, you can people can watch and figure it out for themselves. I'm just giving you my opinion. Yeah, we'll see. I just lost to Selcho the same way. I've lost to Corb. I've lost to Law. I've lost to Coates. I've lost to Marceau. I've lost to plenty of players, bro. Why would I just be a hater against you? It makes no sense. I promote those. I like... If I see anybody going live, I promote them. Why does he always leave like this? Why does he do that? I want to play against these guys. I want to play against these guys, bro. What's the point of leaving? Tom, why would I be doing that? Go look at my social media. I'm randomly telling people to start channels. I'm promoting if they ever go live. I'm always wanting them to go. Why would I just pick you to hate against, dude? Go look at my record. I've lost to 1,000 different people. Why would I just randomly pick you, Selcho, and Bodie? I can count on one hand the amount of people after I figured out that Frost was bullshitting about, well, he wasn't lying about the messages were sent, but there's a story behind them. But after that, the only mistake I made was I am French, which I apologize for. Because he was doing the shield dribbling. Okay, but my point is, why would I just randomly pick you and do that when I have played 1 million players? Go make a video on the fucking thing and tell people how good of a skilled player you are, bro, and maybe they'll believe you. And then prove me wrong. And then this Bodie guy, this one's the way worse one. This game felt like absolute shit. This player was awful. And again, he was on here, but fucking Tom started talking. I'd love to hear his take on it, but he's passing the ball out of bounds. He can't do anything. He couldn't even defend. And the next thing you know, after the first goal, the game just goes to shit. No passes, all dog shit. It's crazy. I never said you claimed to be a good player. But I'm just saying, the shit you were going for was like alpha type of shit. And you know it was, bro. You know what you're doing with that low shot. I was the idiot that was like, showed that one guy, or said that one guy was such a great player. And then I found out that he's just using that one shot over and over and over from the same angle. I've only played him once. I forgot his name. You did the same shot, bro. There's no way that you didn't know what you were doing with the tacklebacks and the certain shots and shit. Like, you see what I'm saying? There's a difference, bro. Like, same with me having to come off the through balls, which the only reason I defended those, the lofted through balls, is because I was going against those guys. I thought they were like bullies. If you watch any of my other games, I hate that lofted through ball shit. It's not football. Yeah, but go watch the highlight of it. Go watch the highlight of it, bro. Okay, let's just put it this way. Let's summarize it as this. Right? If we watch that back, it's a shit game. It just is, bro. The random locking on different players. I don't know why that only happens. Maybe you know, bro. You've been playing longer. Maybe you know why. But it just makes no sense that in the good games where the game is good and it's not bullshit, that stuff doesn't happen. I'm going to keep playing, bro. I'm going to keep playing. Make a video on it. Or I'll watch it back. But most likely, bro, I'm going to do the game versus Celcho. Because I want to share. Here's this fucking loser again. So watch this. I got to switch out of the 3-back. So clearly, bro, guys, clearly Stream Sniper. And clearly he's a rat loser. Like, this isn't a player that's trying to play the game the regular way. You just saw the game versus Celcho. This dude was dog shit. So 0 times the ball, 0 times as did the ball lock onto a different player, did all that goofy shit happen. So now we're going to go into this game. So I'm going to pause it. There's no doubt that this is some bullshit player that, who knows, like, that's clearly a loser that's sitting on my stream that wants to, you know what I mean? Which I'm fine with, but you can watch yourself, bro. You can watch yourself, Tom, and tell me that this is normal. That this is normal. Like, this is how the game looks. So I played a 3-5-2 against one of the best players in the world. Can't do it against this dipshit. They need to give you more time to switch up on that, by the way. Yeah, just a typical loser player, bro. Like, who gives a fuck about that? Like, we've already been there. Look. Who gives a fuck? So here, I'll go do that the whole game and we'll make the game look like shit. Congratulations. I'll go do that the whole game. That's a fun one. I saw this dude's games. He cannot beat half the players that he plays against that are shit ranking. So it doesn't matter. So one of two things happen. Well, you guys do the math. I don't even have to go into it. You guys do the math on it. Put Ferns here. Put him here. Okay. Let's have a through ball fest now. Imagine being that big of a loser. You're sitting there in your free time on someone else's shit to go in and play them. Like, just imagine that in an alpha on a weekday. Not getting, oh, look, congrats, we can do through balls. Congrats. Oh, that was fun. Let's keep doing this, Beau de God. This looks like fun, doesn't it? That's promoting the game. Oh, let's celebrate too, though. That's cool. This is good promotion. And meanwhile, he ain't getting shit out of this, by the way. He's sitting there. It's probably an alt account. Who knows which player it is that would waste their time to make the game look like shit like this. But congratulations, bro. Like, you're a fucking loser. Congrats. If goals can find out whose account it is, these are the type of idiots that you get rid of. That are sitting there trying to fuck with people that are trying to promote the game. You know what I mean? Like, there's no way that I just randomly match this piece of shit. Right? There's no way. And he's waiting on here. Nobody else, like, how many people are, like, trying to promote the game? And he's sitting here. So either A, he wants the game to look like shit for whatever reason. I don't know, you'd have to ask him. Or B, like, what is it? Why would you sit here and play like this and ruin it? I didn't do one through ball against him. Wasn't going to do any of this shit. And he decided to turn the game into dog shit, so now that's what we're doing. We're turning it into this because of this idiot. Dude, are you in... Tom, are you... Tom, I've played 1 million people. You and this dude are the only guys I've done this to. Did you see how he was playing? Did you see how you were playing, bro? Go back and look. When I was playing like you, it's when I thought I was going against literal bullies. So notice, once I started doing the same thing to him, he leaves the game. That is a rat loser move. Bring anybody in here and they'll say the same thing. True or false, anybody who's watching this. I'm playing against this player. I'm trying to play regular football. I'm using a fucking 3-back. Right? And then he starts going for all the bullshit. And look what happens. The minute I respond, Tall Tom, he leaves the game. So I've played a total of 3. I can literally count them. 3 players that this has happened to. I just did a whole thing on this, bro. Look, it's up on my thing still. I just did a whole video. Here's the other games where I cover this. I never can stand rats. I've always made videos on this, right? But in goals, I've played a total of 3, right? Here's all the other videos, all these different games, whether it's against Nick, against these guys. This famous #1 player in the world in eFootball. Then the championships was full of cheaters. Like, bro, all these other games. So what I'm saying is it poisons your mind. 100% I've been wrong before. 100% I've been wrong. But it poisons your mind when you come over. But to say that no rats exist in this game is crazy. Why did that player just leave the game? Tom, suck my nuts, dude. You're trash. Let's even see if I've never even seen your content. I've played you 1 time, and that was all I needed to see what type of player you were. I played every other player and never had any of these issues, bro. Every other top player I've played never had any issues. You're going for every nonsense thing. So one of 2 things. Either maybe you're just not a footballer and you don't realize what you're doing, right? But the same way you're playing is the way like you would play someone that you're trying to go like when Marky had the call and he says, it depends if I'm playing a friend or someone that I want to just beat the shit out of because like screw them. So I don't care if I abuse the game in this net. You play like that guy. You're talking about me and a fellow creator. Bro, you made the game look like shit. Every player that I've played that's a top player that doesn't even have like channels or anything like that actually played. And guess what? The game's more fun. I got my ass beat in those games. I'd play Selcho 10 more times if I could. I love playing players like that, bro. Because it was actually football. Same with Marcel. I'd play him 100 times in a row if I could, dude. Because each time I can get better and better and watching the game played at that level. What am I supposed to do? Play against you where the fucking... For whatever reason, it's just tackle back city that only happens against certain players. Again, I can't explain it. You guys go watch yourselves. Right? And then through balls, tackle backs, and I think that was it. Players can go watch themselves. And why would the Bodie to God guy leave if he was going for the same toxic shit, right? That just so happened to be after you. It always works that way. Come on, bro. I'm just speaking facts. Let's go through every one of these games. I'll go through my own. Not one day did I face it. Okay, here, I will right now. It's going to look like dog shit. But don't get mad at me when I speak the truth here, bro. Don't get mad at me. And the Bodie one was worse, by the way, but I'll gladly watch it back and point out this exact shit. I wish Brad would come in here now. We were just talking about this shit. Like, bro, if you know, you know. Nobody likes those ratty trash players that don't play football. They either... Now, look at the title of my stream. It's Sorry to the Rats Who Aren't Really Rats. Who I'm saying sorry to might be Tall Tom, meaning there's some players that don't know football for shit, And so they play in ways where it's like totally ratty, but they don't even mean to, dude. They literally like don't even mean to. God damn it, go in. Usually I can go in through here. Son of a bitch. So maybe he's one of those guys here. I'll go in through here. Maybe he's one of those guys. But all you have to do is scroll back, and you'll see plenty of times where I've lost. Never once have I called someone out that didn't deserve it. There's been 3. Oh, sorry, there's been 1, and that was I'm French. By the way, when that I'm French shit happened, he was right in the mix of the Discord shit. And I still apologize because when I watched it back and then saw what he was doing with the shield, I still apologize. And at that point, I still did not know. I thought he was bullying that one Frost dude at the time. And then when I found out he wasn't, I messaged him after that too, privately and publicly. So, dude, I'll come off my shit. I don't give a... Tom, if you don't know me, dude, like this... I don't care if you're disappointed. I'm speaking facts. You can be upset, but I'm going to point out what I mean, and you're going to see that I'm speaking facts. Now, if you meant to play like that or not, I don't know. The Bodie guy, same way. Same way. But there's no way that this shit was by mistake. And then it's just funny that the same goofy shit only happens against these same players. All right, so our game should be right here. Wait, is this you? No. So at the beginning, I'll actually let you listen to it too, dude. I'll let you listen to my words. At the beginning, I was like, oh, this should be a good game. This dude, I think he makes content. Here, listen to me.
Has. And we'll go out and play some football.
Listen.
We can do in this game.
Listen. Just listen. You can hear it live.
See what he's playing.
Not one ill will. No ill will
so
towards you at all.
Setup. See if we may need to adjust or not. We're going to try to come out on the front foot here and attack sharp. We're in the dark kits, and let's get at it.
Just listen to how this goes, and watch how you play. And I'll pause it if I want to point out where I let you slide at the beginning. Boom. Sending players on through balls. So right away I see either A, you're still... Because remember, bro, I'm getting messages from a guy telling me, dude, look, I'm on medication, and they found out and they're making fun of me. They made me want to kill myself. I didn't know Ronald had a fake account. So I'm going after these guys. So when I'm playing against these different players, when I'm playing like this, it's because I'm going after people I hate. Marky on his call says, and I quote, if I'm playing a friend, we have good games. The game can be good. We make it good. If I'm playing someone I don't like, and look how you play right off the bat. No, but I'm saying, notice I didn't say anything here, Tall Tom. I'm just telling you between me and you. I'm noticing this. Listen to what I said publicly. I'm telling you this now after the fact. Tall Tom, listen to what I said publicly, buddy. Listen, ready? Not a word. I'm telling you after the fact. I'm just giving you my mindset. Again, I repeat. Me and Marky talk on the phone. He says, I play this way against people I'm playing football with and people who I'm trying to I don't like or whatever. I play long balls, crosses, long. And then I was doing that the same thing against these, who I thought were bullies, right? My point is, you just immediately are sending players this and that. Do I say a word out loud? No. So far, on stream, not one bad word against you, right? And that's going to continue forward. I'm just pointing it out. Right off the bat, you're not trying to play football, bro. You're one of those guys. So it's fine. I noted it. And then watch. Listen to me, though. Haven't said a bad... Not one thing. Listen. Volume's turned up. Tall Tom just called lofted through balls a core mechanic.
Corner.
Not a bad word in sight, by the way. Notice that I'm not crossing here all the way across, am I? Look, hold on. Let's go to this real quick. Look, right here. Look, hold on. Damn it. I got to go back if I can rewind it. Notice my player right in the middle there. Tom, what are you talking about? Look what I waited for, dude. Are you kidding me? Now you're just playing dumb, bro. Rewind it. That's 1-0 here. If I would have known, look, you already tried to play long ball. Look at this. Tell me anybody who's playing this game. Watch this, Tom. I have you 1-0 right here. I'm going to show you right where. Boom. That's 1-0 right there. But I didn't do it. What do you mean? Look at my player right there. If I cross this, that's 1-0. But I don't. I didn't cross it there. You're telling me that's not 1-0? Am I wrong or right? That's not 1-0 right here. Right here. Right here. That's not 1-0 still? Tom, are you crazy? Guys, this isn't 1-0 right here. Tom, if I press square there, that's not 1-0. Tell me how it's not. Tell me how that's not. Please. Oh my God. Somebody else, please come in here. That's not 1-0. Tell me how it's not, Tom, please. What are you going to do to stop this here? Tell me that's not. But you're a content creator. So look at this, dude. I actually scored on the run against Law and told him, I was like, I had to go back and check to make sure I was in the run of play. The only way I cross, again, this is on my live content, is if I'm in the run of play. Yeah, okay. He says his defender locks on and clears. So let's keep waiting. Oh, your defender locks on there, and there, and there, and then of course eventually it gets to the point where now we're past it. But give me a break, bro. God, dude. Hey, if you guys watch that, he says his defender is going to lock onto that player and clear. So you guys play the back as many times as you want. But I have a rule with crosses. And Tom, you're going to think I'm just saying this now. If you want to take the time, you can go back and look. I have a rule with crosses. If you go in Discord earlier, I played Law. I lost 4-3. And I was like, I had to go back and make sure that those were legit. It's in my stream too. I was like, were those legit? I only do them if they're in like the run of play, like playing football. Now that's my rule. That's not your rule. You don't have to do it. Bro, edge of the box? Oh my God, dude. They were running in, Tom. Hold on, let's keep going. Let's get back to it.
Good. Oh.
Be nice, though, bro. Be nice, simple. Be nice. Be nice, bro. I don't want to do all that. I want to... All right, now watch. Now watch. Now watch. Top of the box, no. Look at my back post guy, Tom. Now wait. Tom. This is a goal. Look where your keeper's at. And then I just don't do it, bro. I could have even settled that. And what do you call that? Settled it and volleyed it. Come on, bro. But I have a rule. And you don't have to follow those, dude. I'm not saying you can do whatever. But don't get mad at me for calling out stuff, dude. Come on, bro. You see... The lock-on's going to give me that ball, and I'm going to score there. But it's against my rule that I made for myself. You don't have to follow those. But I'm saying at this point, you had already done a through ball. He says his player locks and clears it. Which one? Because at first, this player right here, right down the middle, was close to your wing back, and then now your center back. Which player? All right, let's keep going.
Corner.
Still not a bad word in sight. Even though the first thing you do is, I could tell what you're going for. You're just sending players along, which you saw I could do that against Bo de King. Within the run of play, what else could I do? Because, again, it has to be within the run of play. Off of a corner, typically you can cross on corners. Am I wrong, Tom?
I don't know why I shot from there. For some reason, I felt I could get a near post shot.
So far, you haven't had the ball on my end at all, by the way. I do have a rule for crosses. You're a moron. See, dude, you don't even know what you're talking about. I do have a rule for crosses. Not I don't, I do. I do have a rule. That was a corner. It's not, if you don't, dude, I'm not going to explain it all to you. You can go watch. Off of a corner, if I just go for a regular corner, it always sails over. So when I cross on a corner, I play short. Hopefully they fix it, or I know some people have it down pat. Every time I go for a corner, it goes way the fuck over in the back. I meant, dude, yes. That was off of a corner. So I've tried to practice corners over and over, and no matter what, they go way over. All right, so you said it wrong. Sorry, guys. He said it wrong. Because he just pissed me off. He goes, you just said you don't have a rule. I'm like, dude, I do. I thought you were trolling me there, bro. Because some of this stuff you're saying, you do sound like a fucking, you're trolling. Haven't got the ball over half field yet. First time you do. Come on, bro. And notice I still don't say a bad word about you, but I could see what type of player you are. You're doing exactly what I was doing to all the people that I thought when I was going up against assholes. Come on, bro. You can't say you're not. You haven't got the ball over half. You're saying this is good football, bro? You haven't done shit. You're playing like dog shit.
Silliness.
Look at it. He's just clearing it. We'll just keep watching. Yeah, and if I played 5 in the back but still had overlapping wingers, you'd be bitching about that too. I'm not saying you're bitching about the 5 up top either, but I'm saying you know how people are. But I'm playing 3-5-2 because I want to have fun playing football. So you're clearing, okay, whatever. He says he was clearing. He wasn't trying to get a sneaky bullshit goal on a lob through ball there, guys. He was just clearing. Fair enough. I'm just telling you how I'm reading it, bro.
That was weird how it locked on there.
Did you see that same play? Let's do it again. Notice that this didn't happen against Selcho. Doesn't happen against Corb. Doesn't happen against Marceau. Doesn't happen. And these are games I lost too. Doesn't happen against Law. I've won and lost against Corb and Law. Doesn't happen against Coates. Didn't happen against Yo. I lost 4-1 him. Didn't happen against so let's watch this. It only happens. No, but I'm just saying. Dude, I'm just saying a fact, Tom. I'm just saying a fact. It didn't happen in all these games, so it's weird that it only happens in these. But if the connection is perfect, then it can't be the connection. What is it? It's a true question. It's just a true question. That's all it is. It's weird. I'll let you watch yourself. Ready? Watch this. Look. Watch.
Silliness.
So far, ball hasn't been in my half. Same thing against the Bodie guy. Which, I'm sure if we go and look at the game history, you could see the similarities, right? Alright, so watch. Ready for this random shit. I don't get why this only happens randomly, and it's like certain games. It's look, just watch. Watch this lock on. Look. So clearly you know what I'm going for there, right? Look at this. What in the fuck is that? What am I supposed to do here? So, Tom, do you understand how fucked this is? And I'm not saying it's your fault, but I'm just stating a point. I can't play football when this happens all game. And this only happens against the same players who happen to go for the lob through balls the whole game. Happen to constantly go for tacklebacks where my players feel like they're stuck, like can't move. You can't say that that is a weird coincidence, bro. It does, Tom. It does, bro. Listen to what I'm saying. I'll let you watch. It doesn't happen once against these other players. Okay? Doesn't happen. Right? When we're actually playing football. It's crazy. I can't make this shit up though. You can watch yourself. Other people too. That is a weird coincidence, wouldn't you agree? But notice I still haven't said anything. Notice why I say I didn't say fucking Tom's causing this. Watch. Just listen. Hear me out. Listen what I say. I'm watching this back and telling you like what's going through my mind. So if you guys don't understand what happened here, I'm through right now with my wing back on a give and go. Well, it was an up back, and then through. Not a give and go. Up back through. Anceletto's through wide open. And it locks onto my center fucking mid and it totally screws me. Yeah, but I'm stating a fact. That is crazy. So watch. This though. So now I'm just
that
toast.
Was weird how it locked on there.
All I said was it's weird how it locked on there, which it is. Locks onto the total wrong player. And I can't for the life of me figure out what causes that. And it's weird that it's only against the same. Like if we're playing football, me and Law or me and thank God it doesn't happen in those games. That would suck because we're actually playing good football. In these goofy kind of shittier games, it happens. It's crazy. It's crazy, bro. Tom, you did not mark my wing back here, bro. You did not mark my wing back there. Well, now I just fucked it all up. You did not. You should have marked it. You didn't mark my wing back. Why would it select my center mid when I just did an up, back, and through and play the ball to my wing back? That makes no sense.
Good football.
There's my first one of these. All the way to the back. Should have been 1-0, Tom. Bad finish by me.
I like what I'm seeing actually on the attacks. We'll keep going for it. So he's a long ball type of guy.
Listen, I say he's a long ball type of guy.
Well, we're just going to play it outright and see what happens.
So now the ball hasn't left my half at all. Yeah, great defending. By your goalkeeper. So I'm telling you what's going on in my head too. In my head, I'm like, this dude is playing that typical, like, making the game look like...
Let's go.
All right, so I earned a goal there. I don't think you're going to argue with that. So let's keep watching. Now listen to it on the switch. Now this isn't your fault, but I'm saying it's weird that this shit happens in these games. I'll let you listen. Actually, I'll shut up and let you listen when you score.
Good. Oh, come on.
I can't wait for you to hear this, bro. Because even against Selcho, bro, I was stopping him. Think about that on some of the plays, which he's a fucking god in this game. Which I'm glad I get another video now. Thank God, because I want to try to promote, like, I want to say this to everyone else watching. I want to try to promote, like, Selcho, Markey, Marceau, Brad. Who are the other ones? Selcho, Markey, Marceau, Brad. Ronald's that got that dribbling. They all have their own styles. It's perfect to showcase the game. But my point is none of those guys use any of the bullshit, bro. That's just a fact. They just don't. And none of us are as good as him, Tom. I get that part. Yeah, bro, because you started it, dude. I've played a ton of different people, man. Anybody you can ask how I play. You've already shown how you're going to play. Why would I give you the service? Now, a great game has it where you don't got to worry about this shit, by the way. It's because you may not realize it. Notice I didn't say any of this yet, but that's not what I'm even talking about. I'll let you see it as we go. Watch this. So far, this is me telling you this now just because the cat's out of the bag, but I haven't said a word. I'm still playing football. Right? And then I went and started going for him here. No, I'm saying I'm going for it. You see here, I'm waiting for it. That was a straight up lob through ball. What do you call it? I was going for it there for sure. I was going for a lob through ball to get you over the top. At this point, that's where I'm at with you, like in my head, and you'll see it 100% from this point on. You'll see it. Listen.
Can't switch.
And look where you're at. You're nowhere near the goal when I said it. Listen, I'm going to play it back and let you listen closely.
Good. Oh, come on.
Listen closely. Listen. Look when I say it, too. You're nowhere near scoring a goal. Listen when I say it. Watch. Listen. Again, just a random coincidence. I know. Again, just a random coincidence. I know you can't cause it. Listen. Listen to my controller. Pressing 72 buttons. Listen. And then watch the next one too. It keeps going after this. Now watch this. Keep listening. You'll hear it over and over and over. You haven't got the ball out of the half at this point. Listen. Listen. Yourself. Listen.
Can't switch.
Look at my players. Can't do shit.
Switch. So silly, dude.
Only against some players. So far, the motherfucker hasn't been out of the half and then randomly. So I just have the worst luck ever against 6 players. That happen to also be... You get where I'm going. That sucks. Crazy, man. I have the opposite of lottery luck. I said it earlier when I was pointing this shit out to Corp. Bro, like, Tom, you weren't on earlier. I'm playing a player. You realize... Did you see my player run out of bounds, bro? And then earlier, I was showing Corb this shit. A player's running sideways. The same Celcio guy I've played 4 times. I beat him 5-1 playing. The dude's running sideways. It did a cut scene. I actually should pull it up. I never share that shit like it's on the stream, but I don't do shorts on it. But it did a cut scene. Goes to black. Comes back, and the dude's on a breakaway towards goal. I shit you not, dude. It's on my stream from this morning. None of that happened in this game. So either you play goals and you know what I'm talking about in this, or you don't. But it's not like a cut scene where you're going to see, where earlier no one could say shit to that. The dude was running across and it like faded to black, came back, and the dude was in on goal running straight. It's a crazy shit. You can watch it over and over. It's on my stream earlier. None of that shit happened here. But... Oh my god, dude. Here, let's go back. Let's go back. So it's 1-0. Hold on. Let's go back to right here.
Can't
I'll pause
switch.
it. Listen, so right here. Wait, I'll show you. I can't switch. You can actually hear it. Do you think that's where I want to be? Look here. Look at my player. Look where my player's going. Bro. That's what you think I'm marking here, Tom? It could be with the game, but that's what you're saying? No, I haven't said a loser yet to you, Tom. Not yet. You're confused. See, you can't confuse what happened in real time. We haven't got there yet. I've said the game. Listen what I say. I haven't said shit to you yet. We're watching the game live. This is not... Clearly, there's one pass that matters here. And look where my fucking players are. And you can hear me clicking away to try to get to the right player, which I mark every time. I pointed this to Corb earlier. I've done 100 corners in a row where I marked that near post. The same thing happened in this one. Now, you didn't play to the near post one. Didn't blame you on it. But the same thing happened against that dude earlier where it's like 100 in a row. I marked the same player every near corner. Magically in these games. So... Maybe that's the pattern, and then it feels like the player, you know what I mean? Like, it feels like the player is playing like a rat, but it's like whatever's going on in the game. I don't know the technical side of it, but the shit happens at the same time. No, it is relevant, Tom, because listen, in real time, I didn't blame this on you, bro. And I'm not blaming it on you now. I'm just pointing it out. It's crazy that this shit only happens. Why couldn't this happen against Celcio, where I know I'm going to... You get what I'm saying? I know... that I'm not going to beat him, but I'm playing him where I'm winning these tackles. I'm marking these balls. I'm actually can win. There's no way with the way that these switches are delayed, and that there's no way that I could have a chance. It would be 50-1 in those other games. I could never beat Law, could never beat Corb, but it never happens against those players. That is insane. Yeah, but hear what I'm saying. It never happens against those other players where we have battles, right? And then you look at this, and then especially the Bodie King. That's crazy how that works. So listen, we'll get to the point where I call you that.
Cannot switch. So silly.
First time you get a chance on goal, and it's that dog shit, bro. Do you realize if it was that easy, you'd be up 10-1? I mean, it wouldn't even be... Everyone would smoke me. No one would. I would never be able to play, bro. I would not. I would not even be able to play. Did you see how you just scored? That was like a Division 6 level goal. Did I say that out loud?
Hey,
No.
dude.
Listen.
I'm gonna have to get you on it. So silly, bro. Oh my god, I hate these types of games like that, bro.
Now watch
If you hear my
everything.
controller, you can hear me, dude. You can hear me switching over and over. God, I can't stand these types of games.
Every time sending this player, but I'm marking it. But I'm noticing these little things. And now, that's the crazy shit. I know, Tom, you can't do anything about it. But, bro, there's no way. I'll just let you keep watching. Guys, you've seen the game up to this point, right? It's so fucked up that magically it switched there. Now, maybe Tom has zero to do with it. Maybe you can, Tom, you even know more about the connection part. But watch how things change after this. So here's what it looks like to me. So far, you've gotten your ass kicked in this game. Not on the scoreboard, but overall. You haven't even had the ball in the half, really. Magically, the minute some weird shit happens with the marking, watch the rest of this. Watch how this goes. Here's where it all starts, bro. I'm not saying it was you, but just watch how this looks. Watch. I always say that from now on because this same thing happened in UFL, and they ended up finding out after the fact that players were indeed able to affect the gameplay. So I always just say you never know. Dude, again, people who know. This same thing happened in UFL. Same thing you're saying happened. The game, there's a disconnect glitch, and people are like, dude, it's a bug in the game. It's a bug in the game. It ended up being players were doing it. They had it sold for months. So, I never say yes or no. I just say, bro, look it. Just watch how this game goes. The dude doesn't have the ball, and the same thing with the Bodie to God. You look at his games, he's losing to players that I'm beating 7-8-0. Terrible overall SR, terrible. Like, you see what I'm saying? And then, magically, all of a sudden, boom, it is crazy, bro. Like, come on, man. People have eyes. People can be the judge of themselves watching, but anybody would be frustrated here. The part where I may, let's see if I made the right call on what I say about you, which, remember, in the back of my mind, I'm already remembering sending through balls every chance you can get, right? Watch this. Let's just keep watching.
It's always the same against the same types of players.
Always the same, bro.
It's always the same against the same types of players. It sucks. But it is what it is. What are you going to do?
Look at this. I can't even complete a pass anymore. Tom, how many of those passes did I complete up to this point? Let's watch this again. Let's watch this again real quick. Doesn't matter, bro. I've played 100 games. If you either get it or you don't. The minute that shit starts, people can watch the game and you know. I'm not arguing semantics with you, bro. You knew what you were doing. That's all I'm going to say. Here. Watch this. I've played tons of these balls. No, watch. The pass. Ready? Watch this. Over and over and over. Didn't happen once the whole game. Now passes are delayed. Passes aren't locking on. Watch this. This is the easiest pass in the world. Look at this. After this.
It's always the same against the same types of players.
We're going to keep going. Yeah, that would make sense if I didn't lose to, like, a ton of other people, too, though. Well, not a ton, obviously, but you get what I'm saying. And this shit only happens. It's been 3 players. Total of 3. Now, here's where it's fucked, where I gotta say this. Today, the one dude earlier, and then the 2 this game. So, yeah, could very well be, like, I don't know. But when I brought up the connection, people talk to me like I'm crazy. when I bring up the connection. So then it's like, okay, if it's not the players and not connection, but clearly you see like the locked on passes and stuff like that. It's like, bro. But I will you have to look at the fact that it could just be something. I don't know the technical terms, but it's always against the same players that go for the same dumb shit. So let's keep watching. So next thing you know, guys, remember, the whole first half, the only thing I can explain is the whole first half I'm able to pass fine. There's no issues with everything's going off fine. We had that one lock issue. Remember that one lock issue when I was going for the up, back, and through. And now I can't even complete one pass. I go into a game after this with Celcho, and boom, everything's perfect again. If someone could help me explain that, maybe it would help me understand better. But I happen to notice that against the players where they're just playing football, it doesn't happen. It's against these types. Like, just watch. You watch the game.
It's the same types of players. Sucks, but it is.
Look at that.
What are you gonna do?
That's the one I want to show you guys. That was the easiest pass ever. I've made 100 of those this game, and you're gonna see a ton more of those. You're gonna see him roll past my striker into the goalie. Remember earlier's did too. So again, if that's just the game, let's keep watching. Yeah, of course. Look how the game
ended. All right, we'll figure it out. All right, so we got
right off the bat, bro. The only shot you had was dog shit from a dog shit situation and from there on, connection, whatever you want to call it, it's tacklebacks and dog shit. Look how the game changed, how the game looked. Passes aren't connecting. So if somebody's watching this that wants to play the game, let's just say, you go ahead and watch the start of the game, then watch it from when you scored on, bro. Right before you scored on. It's just crazy. It's all tacklebacks, delayed passes, passes that are locking onto the wrong players. It's all dog shit. I'll let you watch.
A long baller, and I can't be...
You watch the football up to that point, and then you watch from that point on.
Forcing him just because he is. And then...
Still not a bad word said.
I gotta just switch earlier on some of those. I'm going to keep my 3-5-2, though. I'm not going to switch it up. I gotta sharpen up, too, but... You guys see what's up.
Tom,
so we'll just keep playing our game.
If you see skill there, go share it, bro. Go share it. I've never watched any of your content. Go share it. If people think you're a skilled player and I'm wrong, then let them go watch, bro. It's as simple as that. If people are watching this like, damn, Tall Tom's great.
Watch the long balls. Hopefully the next time I can actually switch my players right.
And I'm not saying Tom never said he was great, by the way. I'm just saying, if you say that this isn't bullshit what we're about to watch, great.
Gave up a Division 6
That's the beauty of it. People get to decide what they watch.
Unfortunately. Dude.
And that's how it is the whole second half. Every time, single thing. And, of course, here's what sucks. There is no overlays. There is none. I have my... Everlight or whatever it's called connected. I can't connect in to put the overlays on the OBS. Everlight or whatever it's called connected. I can't connect in to put the overlays on the OBS. Once they come up with them in game, then I can say it. But for now, there's no point in even arguing it because you already know, and I get it because I'd be the same way. All Tom's going to say is, "Oh, you waited for that pass," even though if an overlay's on, it's going to show the difference, and that's why. After this, 0 passes could connect. Then magically I face a 10 times better player than all of us, Celcho. That's not a dig on Tom. He's one of the best in the world. And then I'm pinging the ball again. Even just that one goal I scored, if I could have pinged the ball like that against Tom, I score 6 against him. No offense to Tom, but all these guys that I'm playing regularly, whether it's Corb or Ronald or these guys that we're battling, are way better. But if this was how every game went, bro, for one, I would lose every game. For two, no one would play goals. You guys watch yourself. You tell me that the game looks good.
You guys see what I'm talking about here. Just some low-level shit, dude. Just some low-level loser shit.
Yeah. Look at this. Look how he gets this. Nice build up. Do the 15-second rule. If you want to say that was a skill goal, go ahead. Let's go back. Let's go back and watch this. Nice skill goal. Here we go. Hold on. Here we go. Oh no, this was after the second half, wasn't it? 1-1 still. Here. Show me. You break down the skill on this goal. Break down the skill.
What the fuck is the cause of this shit that...
So already, from an easy 10-yard pass I've completed 100 fucking times, that magically now I can't make because whatever. I don't fucking know.
You know what I mean?
It's just over and over. Even after you lose the ball there, watch this. Look how he gets it here. Who wouldn't be pissed here, bro? Watch this.
I gotta just switch earlier. I mean, you guys see what I'm talking about here. Dude.
Right? So hold on. So we're ready? It happens again here. So if you want to say that one, oh, great. He's going to say, great interception, great play, great play. Here we go again. Watch. Ready? What the fuck was that? What was that little thing that just went on there? That doesn't happen in other games, Tom. You're saying that happens in every game. What even was that? It's only in these games. You could go against every game verse that I just talked about. I could say it over and over and over. What even was that? You guys want to see it again real quick? Tell me how many times you guys have seen something like this. We'll do it again. Right? So I have 16 hours to make an easy pass to Alonso. Then, what would I do? One-time pass to my center mid, send angle on a run, and then I'm through. Look at the wide open passes. But I can't even make it in time. Everything is like this. And it wasn't like that until Magic Man scores and then it goes. And I don't say a word. And then look at this goofy shit that keeps going. Dude. Watch this. Ready? So, but we'll just say great job. I meant that was just a great read for 20 seconds. I might as well point it to the player and say, hey, Tom, I'm going to pass here. I'll go ahead and wait for you. Oh, there you go. Okay, here you go. So here we go. Watch this. Look at this goofy shit. I'll play it slow motion even. Look. Here we go. Ready? Ready? Watch this. What in the fuck? I never see this. Look at this. Look at this. Watch this. What the fuck is that? What was that? You never see this shit, bro. Tom, you're telling me that type of goofy shit happens every game? I win the ball, and instead of winning it, look what happens. How the fuck do you win the tackle? You played a ball that I tackled you on. It was locked onto your player. I tackled. Why is my player stumbling? So you did a tackle back, basically. Look it. I'll show you again, bro. Anybody would be upset here. You cannot say otherwise. Ready? I'll show it again. I know, Tom, but you understand where I'm coming from, bro. It's like eventually, third game of the day, when I've played 1,000 games in a row where I don't face this shit, and you already start me off wrong. I haven't faced one long ball in forever. Well, sorry, since that one dickhead this morning. Playing the same thing over and over when I couldn't switch my players. It's like, that looks like a coincidence. Or sorry, that doesn't look like a coincidence. That's all I'm saying. Even if it is. So watch. I know, but anybody is going to react that way, bro. Like I said, it's the same thing I was talking to Brad about, because when I make those certain videos, in every other game, players are cheating. I just showed the example of the eFootball player who's number 1 in the world. Literally a notorious. He is. So, even if in goals, players are saying no rats exist, there's no bullshit, it's bullshit free. We're assuming that, right? You're still going to wonder why 3 games this shit happens, because every other game it comes. So watch. So here we go. And then it's like, bro, the same types of players, it feels like. So if this happened against Celcho, which it probably has, I don't think twice about it, or if it happened against these other players, but it's the same players who also are going for the same shit. And again, tie that to the other games. The same players in UFL that were doing the disconnect glitch that did end up being players doing it are the same ones that you can expect to do the through ball glitch or the sprint glitch. You see the point? You see what I'm trying to make the point of? Okay? So if you watch my gameplay, there was all good football, game after game after game, win or lose. Next thing you know, this Celcio guy comes. Each time after I whooped him the first game has been glitchy, goofy, non-football trash. The same thing happens against you and then the Bodie Degas guy. 3 players only, and it's like, bro, you can count on one hand. You can go watch every other one of my other games, bro. I don't just randomly go off on people. So here we go. And the same in eFootball and all that. Nobody likes rats. Nobody does. I'm not saying you are. For sure, but I'm just saying as a general statement, nobody likes ratty players that, like, don't look at it like football. Like, I'm older. I think you are too. I could be wrong, but that the players that grew up, there was always glitches in every sports game, bro, growing up when you play with your friends in the living room. We'd find the glitches and we'd ban them. But then you always had that one buddy that wanted to do the wraparound glitch in NHL, that wanted to do the full court glitch, that automatic three-pointer in basketball, that wanted to do the kickoff and score from the kickoff glitch in the old FIFA. I think that was actually Olympic soccer or some shit like that. But you know what I mean? And so that's what these games will remind people. That's what they remind me of. And it's like anybody's going to be like, okay, that's how these players are choosing to play. So we'll keep going. We'll keep this in slow motion. So this happens. So look, I tackled you here, Tom. You won the ball. I tackled you here. You clearly have the ball. How in the mother of fuck? You should have never even had this to start in the first place. You played the ball to your player. I tackle you. And then look what the fuck happens. I get it. Okay, fine. It just so happens another lucky glitch on your part that you come out on top of. Not your fault. Cool. Let's keep going. Colin, I will. I'll address it. Well, I just answered it about that. You get why I'm frustrated about saying rat loser. That's why. Because this is in line with the rat loser, like, mentality. Look at this. So then you kick it into me. I didn't even remember this part. How the fuck do you get it back from here? Look, I'm stuck in the mud. And I know I have it on slowdown, but God, dude, it's just like, how the fuck does this randomly happen? I know the devs could probably explain it, but I'm just saying, Tom, these are the things that happen in the other games when you are playing against the rat losers in FC, eFootball, and UFL, bro. It just is. If you've played those other games, anybody who has knows what I'm talking about. There's no way that I shouldn't already be on my horse and moving. That's Ruprecht. So let me give you a little example real quick. Ruprecht, 92 first touch. 92 first touch. And if you remember, you kick it right at me, bro, from 10 yards away, and look what you do. The same player who kicked the ball right at me. Watch what you do, Tom. This is ratty shit. Okay, brother? No, that doesn't happen unless you're playing a ratty player. Now, maybe you just don't have the skill to accept that or realize, but I'm not being a dick here. You pass it right at me from 10 yards. That is a typical FC bounce back type of play. Players literally, the rats in that game literally do. They either dribble into a defender knowing they can get a tackle back, or they kick it into the defender knowing they can get a bounce back. Bounce backs don't exist, but guess what? When I can't move, when everything's stuck in the mud, and you just pass it at my player from 10 yards out and try to just run at me, bro. That is a rat play in every other game. You cannot be mad at me for calling you and anybody would do that. You kick the ball right at me from 10 yards out and just try to run at me and get the ball. And 16 other times that you did that, you did win the ball back. How can you be mad at that there? That's literally the definition of what rats do in these other games. So I'm just connecting it. Okay, I am just playing it, but that's what you did. Am I wrong? Look, it's all tackleback shit. Bro, so in FC, players say the same thing, guys. So his excuse is, oh, you're mad at me because I played a bad pass and tried to get it back. You're not getting it, bro. So what if a UFL player said, you're mad at me for trying to sprint down the field and score a goal, but they're using the R1, R2 glitch. You don't even know what that is, I'm sure, if you played UFL. They could just say that. On the through ball glitch, there's a certain angle where you play a ball and it locks the defense up. Guess what they would say if they were you, Tom? You're mad at me for just going for a through ball? Come on, dude. Come on, bro. Here, I'll play it back all at once so you can see all this shit unfold. Because when it happens in a split second, some people can miss it. So here we go. I don't know where I just rewinded it to. Fuck! So here we go. Here it is. Perfect. Doesn't matter if you're playing UFL, Tom. It could be FC. In FC, the tackleback players would say, you're mad at me because I dribbled and tried to win the ball back on a tackle? Yeah, because they know what they're doing. They can't beat the player. They can't pass, so they dribble into the defender on purpose to then try to get that glitch animation and run through him. But guess what they'd say if they were you, Tom? Oh, you're mad at me for trying to win the ball back after I got it stolen? Well, yeah, because you knew. Oh, you're mad at me because I passed a bad pass and got it back and scored? Yeah, because you knew what... You know what I mean? Like, bro, and maybe you don't know what you're doing, but that's what it looks like. Bullshit. That's literally... Go look it up, Tom. Go look up it. Tacklebacks. Go look up it. Go look up tacklebacks. Go look up bounce backs. They don't exist, but what does exist is you... making a bad play and running into the player. Making a bad play and running into the player. That's rat. I not realize it, but it is. I'm not even saying you mean to do it, but that is considered ratty, dude. That's just a fact. That is, bro. That is. Why do you... Hey, Tactic 1. I played him, and I was like, he seems... Like, what's your take on him? He's like 13 in the world. Whether it was... I think it was Brad. It might not have been Brad, though. Corb... Might have been Brad. There's been like 7 people. He's known as a rat. He's known as a rat. He's known as a rat. Okay? Because of those reasons. So, but you're not. Because you do the same thing. So what's the difference between you and Tactic 1? You might just be a nice guy, so people don't say it to you. But I'm saying it to you. You play like a rat, bro. You do. Tactic 1 does all the same shit as you. I can show you the messages where everyone's like, he plays like a rat. He plays like a rat. So here we go. Ready? Boom. So 7 different people said it to him for doing the same exact thing as you are about him. But who cares? If you don't care, if you say it's skill and other people who watch your content think that is, then that's fine. I'm not going to make some video and rip you apart on it or something. You can make one and be like, look at this skill. This guy says I'm a rat. Watch this. Go ahead, bro. Or keep playing the way you're playing and just be like, this is skill. That's fine, bro. I'm just telling you my honest to God thing. In other games, just like in this is considered, that's what's considered ratty football. It's just a fact. Look at this, bro. Oh my God, it's so ratty, dude. You guys know. If you know, you know. It's so ratty. Watch this. The whole reason I even had to play this is because I'm stuck in the mud in the watch. It's just all ratty. 0 build up, 0 his own pass move. It's all tackle back ratty, bad pass, run into you. Oh, it drives me nuts, this ratty shit. And then look at this. Right at my fucking goalie, but he knows if he goes low, it's going in. It's just like, who even thinks to play the ball? Oh, man. But whatever. Good goal, buddy. Good goal. Great skill. Great skill. Great skill. And the rest of the game's pretty much that, bro. It's just the same ratty, jackass shit. Ball getting caught on different players. Ugh. Just so ridiculous. Terrible decision by me. Now I'm on full tilt. Those sprints kill you. Oh, they're fixing them, by the way, guys. They're fixing the sprint dribble. They're going to make it more beneficial to the attacker. Yeah, great shot, Tom. That was a great shot. Great play. Great skill. Great build-up. Go ahead and do the 15-second rule on that goal. That's what I always say. Go ahead and do the 15-second rule. Clip that for 15 seconds and post it and say that was a great goal. Tom, I'm sorry, buddy, but I've always been the same exact way from day one, my man. You're one of a total of like 2 to 3 people that feel how I feel, and it is what it is, bro. Tom, worry about yourself, bro. I feel how I feel about you, and that's it. It's just the bottom line. How you play is ratty, even if we rephrase it and we go to that. Now, let me give you a little story of why you're the problem, Tom. During this whole bully thing, okay, I get a message, and this is when I'm thinking Marceau's like a terrible person. Turns out this Frost guy was just trying to, like, he wanted to blast these guys. Like, he was actually saying terrible things. So, but I get this thing, and it's from this player that says, hey, I'm glad I matched you. I'm glad I matched you, Marceau, but you called me this and this and this when we played. You called me this and this. And this is when I'm thinking he's the biggest bully ever. Could have blasted it out, added it to all this stuff. And guess why I didn't? Because when you're playing, shit gets said like that. Shit gets said like that. You can either be a little girl about it, or you can accept that that happens. In real football, in competition, competitors compete, shit gets said. But revising what I said, if I take out the dipshit loser part, okay, I still think you play like a rat. But if you're so sensitive that you can't take in competition someone adding a few extra words to it, then, bro, you're in the wrong. Go do something else, dude. It happens. And to defend what I'm saying, I'm pointing to that example where people wanted me to, like, or not people, the what's it called? Frost wanted me to put Marceau on a roasting block because of that. Roasting stick because of that. Like, look what he did to this poor guy. I just wanted to watch. It's like, bro, they were playing a game, competing. And he said, oh, you play R word or whatever. You know, I don't even know if you could say it anymore because that's how soft people are nowadays. But, bro, it was in competition. After the game, he might say, you play dumb, or I don't like how you play. But in the key to the competition, he said it. So if you can't take the dipshit loser part, but I showed you why I think you're a rat, and you either agree or don't. But if you can't take in the heat of competition a few extra words, bro, you are soft as a baby's ass, bro. That's just the truth. This guy's in the messages going, I hope you can reform it. You can't say dipshit and this and that. Shut the... Grow some nuts, dude. Compete. And then afterwards, you can be cool with someone, but in the midst of it, right, I've showed you why I feel like you play like a rat. Kicking the ball at someone and running at them over and over. That's just ratty, bro. It just is. Congrats, it worked for you. Good job. But it still is ratty. It makes the game look like shit. I'd much rather, like, I'm going to make a video showcasing myself getting my ass handed to me by Selcho. I could care less about losing. I made a video of myself getting my ass handed to me by Marceau, losing to Corb, losing to Law. I make videos all the time showcasing myself losing. I could care less about losing, Tom. That's what you don't get. If I did, I would only show myself winning. So he says, you're entitled to your opinion. It's a shame to hear slander against a person rather than the game. That's all. Okay, so Tom's saying slander against the game. The game doesn't make you pass into someone and run at them. But what I do always say is, there's rats, and then there's rats that don't mean to be rats. You very well sound like a rat that's not meaning to be a rat. So there you go. Sorry, Tom. But you got to get thicker skin than that, bro. I think you would know that creating content. You're going to play against players that come at you left and right, and you just got to let it roll off your shoulder. But in the heat of competition, you cannot get mad at someone for saying, like, would I have chose those words after? Of course not. But in the heat of competition, that happens, right? Everyone's even competed against friends in different sports, and when you play, it's like we're not friends until after the game. That's just common, right? And we're not even actual friends, so of course some things are going to be said. But I pointed out why I felt like you played ratty. So who cares? At the end of the day, bro, it's all good. You won the game, and there we go. But if I was saying this every time I lost, then yeah, you would have a point to make, right? If I said it every time I lost, or you see what I'm saying? Let's get into a game, though, guys. Not either or anything like that. I never said like don't. I don't know, man. That just is what it is. Yeah, but GG's, bro. Hopefully, I showed you where I was coming from. You can totally disagree. I know you do, and that's fine. All right, let's see if we can play some football. Let's see how this game feels. Usually, you could tell pretty quickly. Here, we'll pass. Ah. Good. All right, one settle. Let's play. See you, Tom. I don't know, guys. I feel like he's being too soft. But then maybe that's me. You guys tell me in the comment section if I owe him an apology. I owe him an apology. I do feel like that's ratty, what I was saying. But I don't think he's a bad guy at all. But I hate when people come at me like that. Like, why would you call me this or that? It's like, bro, it's in the heat of competition, man. Are we really going to be those types? I hope that we all can get over it. If I'm playing against you and you stream against me and you're like this, oh, I heard this dude's in his 30s. I hope he dies of old age while he's playing. Like, I could care less, but that's me. Maybe I'm out of touch, but I hate that overly sensitive type of mentality. Like, you know, we're all, at the end of the day, we're talking to like PSNs. We're playing a game. We're playing a sport. Add some excitement to it when people get pissed at each other and they play. I think playing a certain way is way worse, in my opinion, as I go for an over-the-top ball, which I was, by the way, I was trying to go wide, but just saying. Good. Good read. Terrible pass. So there's those passes more and more. Maybe they're working on some behind the scene. Right? But notice, like, against certain players, those tacklebacks don't exist. It's almost like a muscle reaction you got to have, right? So pay attention to how many tacklebacks happen in this game, and you'll see what I mean. Like, say I play this pass to Madi, and it's a bad pass. She's the one closest, right here. And then he intercepts it, but I just go for him, right? That was insane. That goal was nuts. Or what sorry, not goal, but off the post. I should have never got through there. Like, so if I scored that and he was like, this piece of shit, I wouldn't have took it personal there, because even if it was the game, I could see why he's just like pissed at me in that moment. You know? Hopefully people get that part. I don't know, maybe they'll keep taking offense to it. But I don't usually do it. That's the thing. It's only in these certain weird ass, maybe they'll keep taking offense to it. But I don't usually do it. That's the thing. It's only in these certain weird-ass games. All right, we got to lock in. Ruprecht, my weakest player. Good. Oh, my God. Too hard. Dude, I'm glad I got that game against Selcho. That's huge. No way that just happened. Oh my god. Bad luck. That's alright. Let's play. Man, we're scoring some shit goals where it's all like glitchy. I don't know. Now I feel fucking. Now I feel bad because Tom's got me feeling soft. Because of the way he said it. It's like, bro, come on, man. Don't be sensitive on me. Talk shit back. Say I'm a rat too or some shit. Say I'm dog shit, but. Don't be upset. Now we got a little rivalry going. All that happened in one day is weird though. Like those weird games happen in one day. Like you guys seen against the Bodie guy, and that same thing happened earlier. Why did those guys quit afterwards? That's odd to me. I don't know. Right? It was 1 goal games. What was it feeling weird to them too? Good. Oh, come on, bro. What the hell? Oh. Can switch. How do they do that where you can't switch right there, guys? Is that like a little... Is that like a... I don't get it. That must be a thing, because he couldn't switch against me, too, when I walked over there. There's something going on. Daz, take a look at it. I think that's what maybe he was trying to show me there. I don't know. Switch this up. Yep, see? It's a broken ass thing, dude. Oh my god. Good. Golden goal! No! So dumb. Why did she do that? No! Lost to a dog shit player. Damn it, man. Scored the same dog shit goal every time. So is that broken too? Is that broken now too? Where is this stuff coming from? Are these players just trying to make people hate this game or what, bro? It's crazy to me. He had zero. Can you imagine being a player like that just playing this game for no reason other than going, look at all my gameplay ever, bro. Can you imagine if I was that last dude playing for nothing, sitting at home to run down the inline? I didn't even know that was broken. Did you guys? How do these losers discover that? And Tom wonders how I call them losers. Bro, you don't think that's a loser move? How do, only rats discover that stuff. I never even knew that was a broken play. You know what I mean? These same dudes are sitting there, they play for zero. So he's sitting at home on his free time, running down the inline on a and finding broken shit in a game. Just imagine that real quick. Imagine how big of a loser. He's sitting there doing this. If I could try to do it. He's just going for this play the whole time, trying to run to the inline. Instead of like trying to play. So imagine if that what right there was broken and I discovered it and all you seen me do every game was go for that. That's the same thing I did when I thought I was playing against those bullies and I went for the one thing. Just imagine, bro. And it makes the game look like shit. So anybody who's going to think about playing this coming from UFL, they're going to be like, bro, I'll just go play UFL. Now, if you play goals the right way, go look at some of the comments under my thing. When you play against these guys, they're just dog shit for the game. They're just dog shit for the game, period. They make the game look like shit. But it's hilarious because they're wasting their time for nothing. Like unless they were getting paid, which they're not, from uh from FC or somebody. So look, we can do this. We can turn these games into ugly games and make the game look bad. That's fine. But think about how shitty of think about how big of a waste of time that would be. Right? I would never even just waste my time doing that for no reason. Like I can just go, I can play I can go up by a goal and play 30 depth and just start kicking long balls, or I could play 5-2-1-2 and try to run with my wing mid up the wing and do what that player did every time. So I could do this every time. Just go for it over and over. Who knows if I'll get it, but I might. See? Is that broken? Because it seems like it is. So if I just keep going for that the rest of the night, and then all my highlights and my goals on shorts are that, like that last player, right? And then all my highlights are that, all my goals are that. Who the fuck's gonna play goals, for one, and who would waste their time doing that? How do you even discover that that's broken like that? Look, I'll keep dribbling here. That's the first. And that's a loser, bro. That is. So when I say loser, that's the first loser I've played against that's just done that over and over. If that's not a loser, then what would you call it? Doing the same thing over and over and over again the same way because he sucks at everything else? That's crazy, bro. For absolutely nothing. To have a 1700 SR and an alpha. No offense to silvery boomers, but I'm going to test it against you. I'm just going to do it over and over and over and over and over and over and over. That's it. It's the only way I can score from here on out. Look. Watch. This is what this loser did last game. Once I can get down there. And who's going to... What am I going to say? A winner? What am I going to say? A skilled player? Look at all the look at the top guys. Do you see them doing that over and over and over? And then let's just make this up for a second. Let's just say they are the top guys with an alt account. Well, then that's a loser move too, because then they wasted their time to make absolutely nothing to score the same way over and over. Because I'm sure that could be a possibility, right? Because it's hard to think some new guy came in and just found something broken, but I don't know. You guys be the judge. We'll have to look up their names and see if they're like active in the Discord or some other shit. I don't see them anywhere. I know some of them have alt accounts, but who knows? Nobody's getting paid to promote the game by any means, but why wait? If you hate a game or are just gonna play score in one way, why would who would waste their time? You guys tell me where I'm wrong. Right? Like if all I did was this the whole time, I can't even do it, dude. I came in like I would never even have thought of that. Like you know what I mean? Like clearly that dude just does that over and over and over again against everybody. Look how bad his overall record is, by the way. So apparently doesn't work too well. But he still sits there and wastes his time doing it. Guess I just suck that bad that I'm one of the idiots that it works against. I don't know how I got that ball, but look, we'll keep dribbling here. And I'm just going to keep going for it over and over. Because imagine, that's what that dude's doing that we just played. Whatever his name was. He's literally getting the ball. Imagine being him, bro, doing this. He's getting the ball here. Over and over and over. Let's see if we get a comment from this person afterwards. I'm not going to score in any other way. I'll just keep going for it like that last guy. You tell me that you could waste your time doing that. It's hilarious. They're fixing the sprint dribble, by the way, which is good. That's what I was trying to show Tom. But he wasn't listening. He said his defender was going to lock on and get it. Oh, I broke my rule. Sorry. I didn't go for that one goal every time. I haven't even seen that in Discord, I don't think, where people talk about that. They're talking about other stuff, but... terrible defense. He deserved that. I'm going to give it to him. I'll give it to him, make it interesting. They need to add precision shooting, or I hope they would, because then there's actual skill to your shooting, too. Damn, Ruprecht. I'm glad I got... So I got the Selcho video. That's cool. So now I just need a Brad, a Markey. Even if I can get one of them playing each other. Brad, Markey. But if you guys are getting bad taste in your mouth from the game and think it's shit, bro, just wait for... Look at this. Only look at the Selcho game for tonight and wait for, like, videos from these other good players. Which is why I wish they would start a channel, bro. But I don't know, dude. I see a lot of comments from those guys, so I don't know, man. Damn, bro. You gotta learn to finish. So I don't know if they're even liking the game enough to where they'd even... They might just dog the game out. Which I get, it does need a lot of work. But a lot of the shit that I'm seeing here is more like... I feel like rat shit that they can take care of. Like, I didn't even know... Like, some of these players did this shit. I've never played a player till that player right there that just... Every single time... drove the inline. You can't switch your defenders. You kind of get locked. Maybe since I scored like that, he thought I was like a rat like him. Watch, I'll do it again. I'm not going to score. I'm going to do this. Look, so it's just like this. And then it seems like they hold on, let me try it here. I mean, I'm sure by now I've given it up, but it seems like they get it and they do this. And then he dribbled, didn't he? He didn't even pass it, so let's try it. I got to get a better dribbler, though. Sure, he had a dribbler for it. I'm sure he at least took the time to do that. Yeah, this dude's on to me, obviously. So I guess you can't play a 3-back anymore because you got players like that in the game. They're going to... Found a broken glitch, or found a glitch to use. I'm already bored just from going for it, even though I haven't scored it except for those 2 times at the beginning. I couldn't imagine being that dude. I could see if they were like playing for something like, I don't know if there are people out there that like to watch content of people just doing this over and over. You know what I mean? Nobody in their right mind. All it's going to do is maybe chase people away from the game. Alright, that's a ball game. Let's go to the next one. Do, 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 do. Challenges, boom. Okay, take a piss real quick. We keep rocking and rolling. Yeah, we just gotta hope. I have total faith in the development team, though, because here's the deal. We've all seen this with goals. Came out, ton of potential. Came out, ton of potential. Right after having a terrible beta, they redo the whole thing. They delay the release. They release it. After that, you have all these ratty players, which you're starting to see here over and over. The game just looks like shit. People are giving it terrible reviews. Every patch that come out, there's more and more bad content about it. You get to the point where they're shutting down servers. Now you have just a cult following of just awful players, awful gameplay. There's one I like, Pantera. Clearly a good dude. Trying to do well by the game, but the game is just so bad. Goals cannot go down that road. They have to find ways to get rid of this shit, bro. Because players see it's the same way, dude. How many of you guys remember when UFL started going down that bad path and it got to the point where you're watching games like you just saw you're seeing here lately? Right? Because even when people have been mad about goals wanting updates for a little while. But, like, whether it's me and Cord playing, me and Law, any of those games. Even the random games, bro. They're good games where the game goals looks good. But when you got these players like you're seeing tonight, dude, that does nobody any good. And it sucks because some asshole sitting at his house, or her house, could be a girl, for whatever reason, they decide that their free time is worth doing one thing over and over and over and over again. And then, unfortunately, that's some impression that's going to be in 50, 100, 150 people's minds. Whatever the number is, bro. Let's just say an even 100. But times that by 10 games, 20 games, 50 games. You see what I mean? That's how this shit spreads. Think about the beta with FC26. It took off. Everybody loved it. The beta for FC26 and the leak footage from that is what sparked people giving the game a chance again, like talking about it and good. Because remember how bad FC25 was. This shit means something. Like when you're watching the gameplay and stuff. And as broken as people have been saying the game is in different areas, those real ratty players that you're seeing are the ones who really do the most damage. For nothing, bro. Because if they were playing the game that they didn't like it, that would be a joke. Why would you waste your time doing something that you don't like? Then if you're playing a game that you like, but you're playing like that, you're just shitting on the game. So it's a lose-lose. Too bad we can't see the numbers for too bad we can't see the numbers for UFL, because I guarantee it would coincide with as players started discovering broken shit. Guaranteed. Brightgate Guanacos. Brand new account. Can't wait for the beta, man. I have faith in the devs, though. They'll fix all this stuff. You got to. Otherwise, what's the point in playing? If you don't have faith in the devs, then why even play? Because then if you don't think they're going to make a good game, it's pointless. Alright, we're in our 3-back still. We're going to try to keep going for it. Try to just keep playing football. Try to actually showcase the game in a good way. So another second account guy. I wonder why these guys do that other than maybe trying out new players, I guess. There are no doubt players, like, you know, those players that you'll be beating 1-0 in FC. See, so the goalie went for it there. No, this is a new account guy, but some players do that. You know those players that you'll be beating in FC? 1-0, like it's the whole game. And they're playing their ass off. Right? And they keep it 1-0, they keep it 1-0. Next thing you know, it could be the 85th minute. They tie the game up. Right? Instead of going for the win, they quit. They quit at a tie because in FC, and I think they fixed this finally, but in FC for the longest time, if it was tied, the player who quit would still get the loss, but you wouldn't get the win. So players against a total stranger, like, think about it. Like, that's a straight up, think about it. That's a loser move. You're taking your time against a total stranger, wasting it. You're still getting a loss. You're still getting the L. But you're so determined to not let this total stranger get a win against you, albeit he has more skill than you, right? That you spend the entire game just to tie it up, only to quit instead of actually go for the win because you couldn't stand taking the L and him getting the win. You can take the L, but you don't want them to get the win, right? These players exist out there. To act like these ratty losers don't exist. That's what, like, I was talking to Brad about. Like, bro, when I go off on these players, in my mind, it's fully deserving. He's like, oh yeah, I can't stand those players. Everyone knows who I'm talking about. But there's this weird phenomenon where if you're a content creator and you start calling these guys out past like the typical with like Nick and Inception, but they keep it more, all of a sudden you're a bad guy, or it's like, bro, nobody likes those types of players. It's not like I'm making this shit up in my head. Nobody likes those types of players at all. Those types of ratty, players that don't play the game right. It's insane. I don't know, but notice the same lock-on stuff isn't happening. It's only against those certain players. That kind of delay where it's constant tacklebacks. Notice that you haven't seen any tacklebacks. Even in that game I lost to that one dude that was just dribbling to the end line each time. There is no tacklebacks even in that game, bro. If you think about it. Oh, my boy Coates. So hopefully this should be a good game. We're going to stay on our 3 back. So Coates is a very good player. We've had 2 close battles so far. 2 2-1 battles. I haven't played him in my 3-5-2 yet. Oh, we're both playing it. So this will be interesting. This is my first mirror match 3-5-2. So see, dude, this is the fun shit right here. This is what an alpha is all about. And I know I'm playing against a good player. Hell yeah. Ah! It's gonna be interesting because we're kind of like, it's like sandwiched. It's like sandwich right there. It's gonna be interesting. Here we go. Mirror match 3-5-2. First one I played like this. Wow, you can't play those balls anymore. It's weird. Same thing happened to Coates when he tried to play one. If you're wondering why we're playing those, though. Oh. Might have to switch it up. It seems like we're kind of like negating each other. We'll see, though. It's a nice little test. So see, with the run of play, that's what I was trying to tell Tom, right? 2-on-1 within the run of play. Oh! I didn't know who had the ball. What a switch. Holy crap. Oh. His keeper almost got that, too. It's weird because it's kind of like you're man marked in a certain scenario. Like, oh no. Good by Ferns. Uh-oh. Come on, get there, Anceletto. Oh, nice steal. Holy fuck, how did he get that? Oh, what the hell? Nice try. Why the fuck was that shot so off, bro? That's unlucky, Coates. Good build up. Good try. Oh, good interception. See those tacklebacks, bro. I hate them. They got to do the cooldown period. That's what I was trying to tell Tom. 3. wanted to test that out. Good read. Good read by Shabangu. Good. You're in. Yes. I love those runs by Engel. Remember I was talking about her stats earlier. She makes those good darting runs, whereas Madi's better at the feet. But notice I had that one tackle back. Hate it, but it was kind of like forward momentum, right? But one tackle back in the whole game. Unfortunately, it was from me. Would have much rather been... Nice goal. Would have much rather it been not from me. 4-2. He's right back in it. What the hell? All right. Damn. Oh, fuck. Meant to change up. I'll do it next time. Because he's putting press. He's going press. Good D. All right, here we go. Boom, boom. Formation 4-3-3-D. Boom, boom. Boom. Come on, Fernie. What the hell? That was goofy. The hell was I going for there? Oh. Uh-oh, 4-3 from 4-0 down. What the hell happened there? What the fuck? Look at my screen how it just switched. Yeah, he went for that all pressure. It worked. Good for him. It worked. Good for Coates. The choke of the century. Oh my god, what the fuck was that? That's that broken ass, look at this. That's that, what do you call that? Look at the lock, dude. Guys, what do I tell you every time? What do I tell you every time? It's so funny how that happened. I love it though. 4-0 down. You better cover it. I'm going for it. I'm going for it. That's what you get for the pressure, you little fucker. Fuck you. No, I'm just kidding. I love FRC, but I had to get him. From 4-0 down. Everyone wants to show how broken the game is. Let's just all ruin goals. Let's do it, guys. Let's just break the game. That's the cool thing to do. It's like, bro, I think people saw, bro, you're so positive about goals. Let's just fucking shit on this dude. No matter what. If we can get him with the shield, let's get him with the shield. If we can get him with the running in line, let's get him with the run the in line. We're all out to get goals. These devs did something to piss us off, I guess. Damn, a good goalie, though, out of this. But pretty much, I don't know if the goal of this is the goals god saying, or sorry, the football gaming god saying, bro, all this positivity, let's see you be positive about goals now. But pretty much everything going in this game is fucked. Let's just be honest tonight. If you go in the Discord, everything's been negative. I've been trying to respond positively. I've had a shit show of games today. Still try to keep it positive, pointing out certain players. And then that's not going right. It's like, bro, I don't know. I don't know how we turn it around. We're going to go back and watch this whole game. And I'm going to let you guys judge this. So I guess that's the thing, bro. Like, you can't... It's just, you can't win. No matter what happens, if you try to play the game... Or, like, sorry, if you try to make content that's positive, people are like, you're too fucking positive. So they come on and just shit on everything, bro. That's what it feels like. You know what I mean? It's like... You guys get what I'm saying, bro. It's not. There's no coincidence that you face certain players in a row. And it's just, no matter what, this shit's going to show. So Goals Devs is either going to have to make it to where you can't use anything, or everything's broken, whether it's a shield dribble where players are dribbling right through you, which makes no sense at all, or that inline. I didn't even know that was broken until that one did it 4 times in a row. No matter how many goals I scored on him, he just dribbled inline, cut it across. Dribbled inline, cut it across. So how am I supposed to keep being positive about the game? And it's almost like people wanted that, but then you have to ask in your head, why would people want the game to look like shit? So let's watch this shit. So here we go. So here's 0-0. So you guys watch all these goals. Let's watch this. So it's 0-0. We're gonna watch this whole football game. All right. So far, so good. Man, I wish it wasn't so late. I'd have Phil come and Team of the Year. Fuck, I missed this. Sorry. Phone on silent. I missed the first goal. Hold on. Alright, so it's 0-0. Alright, I got the ball in the back. It's 3-5-2 versus 3-5-2. Alright, so here's the first one, I think. Alright, goes wide. 0-0 still. 14th. Boom. Boom. Marty's in. So still zeros. I guess it was zeros for a while then before. Yeah, dude. How am I supposed to say anything positive about that? But you can't not go for that. Let's go back for it. Like, that's what Tom was trying to say. So, what are you supposed to do, bro? But I play Corb 1,000 times. I play all these guys. So, I don't know what it is, but I'm not going to make content and just shit on this game. So, it's like if you want the game to be dog shit, you're going to be able to make it dog shit. I can go make UFL dog shit. I can go make FC dog shit right now. I can go make all that stuff dog shit. At least there was no tacklebacks yet, so we're going to keep watching. Just doesn't feel the same. Alright, so 0-0. So let's see here. So let's watch this. Let's pause this here. And you guys tell me, anybody in their right mind who's not going to go for this. Hold on. Alright, so here it is. I think it's coming up. Let's see. Not yet. That's 12. God damn it. It's hard to fucking... Dude, it's too hard. The stream's too long. I can't get it right at the right spot. Whatever, we'll stop it from here. So it's coming up soon. So boom, good defense. I get intercepted sometime here shortly. But it comes across to his wing back somehow. Alright, stolen. He comes across. Here's where I get it somehow. Alright, we're going to pause it. Alright, so I read it right. So I read this correctly. You see where I'm at my player. Boom. Fair and square there. Correct? No. Boom. Read that correct. We're on the counter. Now look. Bro. There's not a player in world football that's not going to play that ball. I should have played the one against Tom, too, to be fair. But at the time, dude, I'm thinking, oh, he's a nice guy, this and that. It's so stupid. You just got to play the game. And then look. So then, boom. But that's fair and square. I mean, who's not playing that ball, bro? If my dumbass played this ball on the ground, I'd be the worst football player ever. That's a shit ball all day long. 1,000%. Okay. So I don't think anybody's going to disagree with that. I doubt. Actually, no. What would they say? You got to play that on the ground. Let the defender intercept it. No. He wasn't marked by any means. Okay? I hope they do the 2-second cooldown, which I put that in that video. Hopefully they do that, even though I'm not saying that they would watch it, but I've been saying that 2-second cooldown where Once you lose the ball, they can't get it. All right, and then a giveaway. What am I supposed to do there? I didn't force him to pass it to me there. So it's 2-0. And then we're going to watch all his goals. So because I go up 4-0 in this game. And then we're going to watch each and every goal and judge them all. Nice ball. Nice move. Good movement. Dude, see, there's pretty good coverage in the 3-5-2. All right, so stolen. So, all right, so let's see how we work here. I think this is goal number 3. All right, Anceletto on the wing. Stolen. So good back and forth. 2 goals, to be fair. Not like build up at all, dude. Not good goals. Doesn't make the game look good. Doesn't look good for anybody. So that's what sucks, is that pretty much none of this stuff. If people's, I don't know how that didn't go in. Now, I don't know that player's shooting, but he earned the chance there. That should have been a way better shot. It was way off. I don't know if that person has a weak foot that's bad, but that shot was like a... Either that person had like 30 shooting or the game fucked him there. All right, so here we go. All right, so we get through. How that ball got through him, I have no idea, but an easy 3-0. But look at this right here, though. Look at this. This just looks bad. Watch this. This should have been an interception right here. Ready? Here we go. Boom. Watch this. Stolen. Ready? Here it is. Here it is. This is the shit I point out, whether it's against me or against the other player. Ready? Watch. Here it comes. Watch this. Watch this. So did he go for the tackle? I guess my player was in the way. So, look, if I try to say this against another player, they'd be like, bro, look, he's shielding the ball. He's shielding the ball. Okay, fair enough. When I watch this the first time, I'm thinking this defender should have got it. I guess right here you can argue that I'm shielding it. Let's see. Boom. Okay, fine, whatever. Shielding. I thought the defender should have got there when I first watched it. And then, no marking in the middle, 3-0. Okay, boom. Okay, we got that. So now it's 41st minute. So we're going to get one more before half. I forgot how it went in. Let's see. Now I'm going to tell you exactly what happens here, in my opinion. Because it happens in FC all the time. The good old pressure tactic. So in FC, everyone who's ever played FC knows that if you ever go down in a game, you just put constant pressure on. And same with eFootball. It's the same way. But in eFootball, you throw 5 guys across the front. Put single or double red on. See, that was a good ball. So a good goal there. So really, 2 good goals. Let's just say 2. The other 2, it's not like I made them. They weren't like... They were giveaways on his part, right? Like, I didn't kick the ball at him and run at him and steal it. It was like he had the ball. I defended and won the, with my defenders in a certain spot, got the ball. I didn't kick it at him, run and get it. So now we got 4-0, 2 given, 2 where I pass it across. The third one I passed it across, scored. And then that one. All right, so now it's 4-0. So now watch. Now here, listen. So now watch the difference in pressure. So if you go in and you put aggressive line, it's like the pressure tactics in FC, right? Everyone's played eFootball in FC. Everyone's been down 3, 4, 5, nothing at half. You go in, you put your pressure tactics on, and you basically just run through people like a madman. So watch this. Now, I don't know if that's what happened for sure, but now watch the difference. So look where the players are. And we'll watch. Now notice I'm up 4-0. I didn't switch defensively at all. I kept my 3-5-2. So watch the difference in the, like, what do you call that? The pressure. The pressure of the playing, which is fine. But you don't want goals to turn into another game like that where once you're down. So now it's 4-2 just like that. You don't want goals to turn into another game. Now, whether that happened or not, but that we've all played FC and eFootball where that happens. So you go up 5, 6, 7, nothing. you put on pressure tactics, and you're right back in the game automatically. In eFootball, you put your single red line on, and then you put 5 players across the front. In UFL, it used to be terrible, where you would put constant pressure on, and that's what it felt like. Could be wrong, but it's just every single thing that's in this game is just broken. So it feels like, dude, no matter how positive I'm trying to be, you can't, because no matter what, there's people that are gonna do something to break it. I mean, you've seen all the videos. You see me put games where I've lost 9-1 up. You see me put games where I've lost close games. See me put it all up trying to promote the game, but how the fuck do you promote any of this dog shit? Whether it's one player scoring the same goal 5 different times, another dude like, oh, I'm just using a mechanic in the game. Well, then I just use a mechanic in the game too. No, I didn't. That's a fucking kickoff glitch, bro. Do you see what I'm saying? Everything's negative. Everything in the Discords, all players bitching at each other, talking shit on the game, and like, this is the outcome of what you have. You have a fully negative game with a toxic ass feel to it, bro. You guys get what I'm saying? Like, this is the outcome. If you go read the Discord and you try to like defend the game, dude, good luck. There's thousands. Just go look at the comments. Thousands of comments. Just boom, 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 boom. Okay, it's alpha, guys. It's gonna get better. But then it's like players get. This is what my take on it. I could be wrong. Players get mad that the game's how it is, even though it's an alpha, and then it becomes a fucking slaughterhouse on the pitch. Just almost like, oh, you guys don't want to. You guys say the game's okay. You want to say it's positive. Bam, bam, bam. They hit you with everything. And then, oh, it's just a mechanic. Oh, it's just this and that. But then it's not, bro. This is ugly as shit. None of this is good football. None of this is good football, bro. Putting pressure tactics on isn't good. Scoring takeaway goals isn't good. None of this is good football. All of this is ruining the game. Congrats. What are we getting from that? What is anybody, including myself? You know what I mean? Because if I could start doing content where I show the glitches for my shorts, like show all the broken shit to get some views. Show an example of the difference when I put like 99 aggression to show it's the same as pressure tactics in the other games, which it's broken. No one likes that. Could show that one game where the one player went to the end line, you couldn't get it. Like, no matter what, it's just, I don't know, no matter what, there's nothing positive. If you guys find anything good in this game to showcase, you guys let me know. But I guess if Tom says, hey man, it's playing the game, then there you go. When I was saying what I was saying, and look at this. What the fuck happened there? Look at this. Look at this. Why the fuck did that switch 4 different times? What the hell was that? Look at this. Let's go back. I didn't even notice it switched 4 times. What the fuck was that? Look at this. That's like the cutscene earlier. What the fuck was this? I didn't want to say, like, you know how when I was playing, what did I say live? Let's listen to this. Here, hold on. It changed like 4 times. Watch this. What the fuck?
What the fuck? Look at my...
Dude, the game's just...
Look at my screen how it just switched.
Dude, what the fuck? Like, when you're in the heat of the moment, dude, the game is just totally grilled. And then earlier with that cutscene shit, the game is just grilled. I've accidentally pressed in like R3 one time. That switch as I was kicking the ball. The earlier when the dude was dribbling sideways and it cut screen, like, I don't get it, man. This whole day is just, you want to like make it disappear from the content and all that. All that should have been a goal. Nice shot. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This shit's getting cooked, bro. This game is getting cooked. If this is the shit that we have to showcase from now on, now, I don't know if there's changes that happen or if this is just the game now. But this is how everybody's playing. So I don't know. Hopefully the devs have something for it, because what can you say from any positives? Even the Cell Show game, it wasn't like the Marceau one. We'll have to go back and watch that to see. There's just nothing good. There's no good football that you could take from any of this shit. Nothing today has been good football. Where's that Cell Show game? Let's find the Cell Show one. He's like 7 in the world. And then you go look. So you guys want to see these comments? Look at this. Let's check it. Let's read this. This is goals right now. So keep in mind, here's my content. Here's what I'm trying to share. Right? This is the dilemma I'm facing. Right? And if you talk to the devs, bro, they're nothing like the mentality that you see. Meaning, I'm going to show you some cool feedback that we got from the devs, but look at this. So watch. So I've been here with UFL, right? We've been here. I was doing the same thing with UFL. And then they started going down the path they went. Then you had all the bullshit happen, and then boom, look where that game's going. Dude, I'm seeing the same exact shit going down here. Watch. If you were a part of the UFL whole thing, you guys remember. Look at this. You can't find one negative thing. Trying to just point out where these guys liked it. I have no idea why Nick's not playing goals, by the way, why he chose eFootball. If someone's like streaming, trying to share it, like, you know what I mean, just trying to like spread like the good stuff in the game, bro. And then check this out. This is what the feedback section's looking like. Or was it discussions? Now, I'm going to show you guys a good part of this and a bad part. There was a bad one earlier. I sent these codes to my Discord, but I was reading the stuff from around it. Oh yeah, here, it starts here. So this is, I want to show you guys this. So this is where I'm defending the game, bro, because you see all this shit. It's always, delete the game's fucking terrible, right? So then I say, I think some of them got deleted too. So here's what I say. You can go play UFL and spend hundreds on maybe get 1 or 2 players that you need because of their perks. You could do FC and get the same thing where you need to spend money to get play styles. You can go to eFootball and spend hundreds on players in the boxes that you need their double showtime skills, and they re-release the players. Right? Then this dude asked about the hoofed cross, right? Which we were just talking about. So I talked to him about the best thing you can do. Defending this game is simply a joke. Defending this game is simply a joke. So he's giving me shit for defending the game. FRC, who I just played, says it's an alpha. So then I say, which part? I'm feeling you're getting hit with shield dribble. So just trying to like, I don't know, dude, trying to like be positive about it. And I guess couple other people are too, but look, cut them some slack. Other people are. Press LB on your place is gonna raise hand, yeah, but simple game, you can probably find a short YouTube video. Can't do it, I'm kind of a visual learner. quit. Either I'll DM a couple options. Okay, so that's good so far. Struggling with sliding tackles. So that's not bad. So far we're good. Then it seemed like today. So you mean 2 players controlling the whole team of 11, right? Oh, shit, my fucking mouse died. Watch where it's today. It's like literally matches up with my games. Watch. Well, let me go in there. Oh, it was under feedback. Fuck. So I've been going at it with these guys big time. Wasn't my thing in feedback? Oh, this is a whole different thing. This is a whole different thing. I like this message. This was good. From this Hermes guy. There's no saving this game. Just the unfinished FC. Just take double press out. I don't know. Someone can mess up passing. The bad pass. So it's funny. Because this dude was looping me in with like Marceau and all those guys. I'm on the opposite side of them. Who are more on the side of like I can't say anything against the game today. Like, dude, the game looks like shit. Bro, but how the fuck did it just turn? Like, I've found enough content and enough games playing all these guys over and over and over to find good content and show where the game's good. But I can't argue with this shit today. I swear to God, it's like after I posted this shit to defend it. These top guys still make the game look incredible. Played all these guys. And then they showcase the game played right? Awesome if you guys could add keepers to the game. I guess he's saying there's no keepers, which I get it, because you saw today you just have to dribble to the near post, shoot it, and it's a goal. So I don't know if they needed what they're going to do there. I agree with not moving them. Huge problem with passes. Passing system is horrible. Whoever is in this department thought this type of passing would work. So it's weird because, bro, Markey said this exact same thing. So is this correct? I've liked the passing so far. I don't like the random lock-on shit, but that wasn't happening, bro. That, like, literally just started. It literally just started. They deleted that big one. Okay, so I'll give you guys an example. So if you go to my Discord, I put these codes in, right? This came from this guy right here. They deleted all this shit. And I'm not saying he was right in this. But there's this huge thing. Selcho's the dude I just played. So this dude played against him. And he's like, dude, this game is dog shit. He's like, I'm not saying there's cheaters, but look at what's going on in this game. And he started listing stuff. I wish I could read it now. And I remember thinking like, bro, it's only one guy. But if you guys look at all this goofy shit that everyone's doing, there's definitely broken shit in the game that wasn't before. You're telling me that players have been just running inline, coming across goal. Running inline, coming across goal. I haven't seen that over and over and over and over where a player could just get scored on and then go do that. I haven't seen it at all. I haven't seen the delays and shit like that. Like, all that seems new. But they were going at this one dude hard, but they deleted it all, which I figured was coming because it got pretty brutal, I guess. But that's where I got those codes from. Now, that dude could have been totally talking out of his ass. I was busy at the time, so I only read a little bit. But it was this huge fucking thing, and it looks like they deleted a lot from these guys too. King and... I actually wish I could get King on now. Because I said something to him like, bro, is this the shit that you were talking about? And he said, no, it's different, but he's always ripping the game. So I got 2 more videos coming that speak positively about the game. Let me see what they are. And now I have no idea where I'm going to go with it, bro. UFLNE football or the nightmare, goals is the dream, and then goals worst case. The goals worst case was like, bro, if the game stays as it is, worst case, it's still better than these other games. Well, you can't really say that based on everything you're seeing, dude. It makes you want to go not play the game. So here's my take on that. And this could be totally wrong. But it feels like everybody is just saying fuck the game. Like, fuck this. Like, let's go play, abuse this, abuse that. It's not like the whole what you saw in this video with me and Cord, for example. That doesn't exist anymore, bro. It doesn't seem like, at least. Like, this type of football is no longer there. It's all broken dog shit. You guys can watch yourself and watch the different football on here. You tell me that any game that you saw today resembles anything, and I could be wrong. This is where I'm asking, but everything is just broken dog shit. Doesn't feel good to play the game. Doesn't feel good winning, lose, none of it. And I lose this game. I made sure I showed the game that I lost. I think one of them, I can't remember which one. There's two games going on, both against Corb. One's in a 3-5-2, one's in a 4-1-2-1-2. The bottom corner, I think, is 4-1-2-1-2. And it shows you the difference in attack and defense and stuff. But if you watch, it's just quick movement and shit like that. Like, yeah, there's mistakes, but look, we're pinging the ball around. There's no that stuck in the mud feel isn't there. Random lock-ons, right? It's like literal football. This is in the exact same formation I was playing today. No difference. There's no way that you can watch this and say any one game today against anybody is something where you would showcase it and looks anything like it, where we're both playing and battling. It's just a whole different game. So what the fuck happened? I don't think the devs did anything to it. It feels like the players are just either fed up and are saying fuck it, like fuck saving this game, fuck playing the game the right way. I'm just gonna waste my time for absolutely nothing. You know what I mean? That's what it feels like. But if both players aren't playing like this, look at this football, guys. You guys tell me where I'm wrong. If someone wants to look at this and say, dude, that's bad football, or it's the same, oh my god, I got my stupid screen up, so you guys can't see any of this. Look. We'll go back. I went up 1-0. So, if you guys can watch this and tell me this is the same as what you saw. I know you guys just didn't see any of that because I had the Discord up. Trying to be like, so what I'm trying to say is, if you read through the Discord, you can see the energy, bro. You can see the energy, and the overall energy is like, fuck this game. Like, and then some people say, oh, it's an alpha. But if you look how people are playing, there's motherfuckers that are literally deleting accounts, creating new ones to fuck people's skill rating over in an alpha, bro. Like I said earlier, that's that shit from FC, right? I think I actually saw that from Coates, where there was some mystery unit or someone canceling and coming back. The only thing you could be possibly doing that for is, you know, to fuck someone's record up. And then, or whatever. It seems like that. And then you got all these negative comments, and you have players coming in and playing like total dog shit. Going after the one thing over and over, saying, oh, it's just part of the game. It's part of the game now. Okay, so everything's just part of the game now. Well, then that goes right back to where I was at the beginning. Then we might as well all just you know what I mean? Then every other football game is going to be the same as goals in. Hopefully the devs don't have that approach. But watch this. This type of football, it's like everybody at once got fed up or said fuck goals. Watch this game and tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you saw anything close to this at all. No, and then the stuck in the mud type feeling and all that. So maybe it is just something with the, I don't know, man. You guys will have to tell me. But to me, there's like a clear difference. Nice defense there. There's still mistakes, but the ball's actually moving. It's not stuck in under anybody's foot, taking forever to pass, where players can just come up and steal it. There's actual good build-up. When you trigger runs, the players actually run. No random cutscenes, random angle switching and shit like that. No lock-ons, dude. And this is one example. I have like however many videos. Even the game where Marceau smoked me, bro. Go watch that one. Oh, where Law beat me. I have that one where I showcase not the game I beat Law, but where he beat me. You can see it's way better, bro. Something happened. Whether it's the players or the game. Look at this shit. Way better, bro. I'd rather play this version of goals. Even the bottom right corner. They're both against Corb. In the first game in the bottom right corner where I lost, I'm playing in a 4-1-2-1-2. Very similar setups. And then obviously in the bigger picture, I'm playing in my 3-5-2, which I stumbled across, meaning it was just the next formation I decided to try in my hunt to use every formation just to see what they're all about. Nice tackle. Maybe able to find something that... Dude, this showcases everything good. So is this game gone? Did something happen behind the scenes that's making the... that's stuck in the mud feel, that's making that FC-esque, even though the ball doesn't bounce back, which goals did a good job of. Players are kicking the ball, players are running up and taking it. The ball's randomly locking on to the wrong targets. That hadn't been happening, not as much. It happened randomly. It did happen, but randomly, right? Now it's like 3 times each game, bro. It's like 3 times each game. Is it just the certain players? Is it... like, what the fuck is this going on in this game? Look at that ball. Same with that one through ball goal that I just scored last time. That was like the one similar thing. Hit the post on the near post. Which is one place I agree with King on. That King on there is that those plays where... you just dribble to the near post and hit it near post and you can score. I did it on that kickoff glitch. So I don't know, man. I know that feeling of that fed up feeling. Maybe that's what everyone's feeling right now. And hopefully that means the goals devs come up with something. Because it's only going to be a great game if they make it to where players can play. And the Discord isn't like a judge, jury, and executioner place. So I don't know. We'll see. Because no matter what, there's too many players that don't have content, so they don't give a fuck. So they're gonna just play. And then you're gonna have enough people that say, "Oh, it's just play, just play." Whatever is in the game is in the game. But no one could argue that this isn't way more fun, like the football you're seeing here. And you could even be watching that bottom corner game where I lose. Both of them are equally fun. It's actual football. Not all this dumb shit. Everybody's actually playing. Build up. No one's running at each other 100 miles an hour to try to get tackle backs or whatever, like... to take advantage of that stuck in the mud feeling, or anything. It's just football. If you guys watch this and tell me where I'm wrong, dude, I'll look at it. So how the fuck does the game get back to this type of football? I could go to any one of my videos. I could go to the one versus Marceau, where he was actually trying to show me how broken through balls were too. It's funny because my boy Boomfa put in, they're pointing out some of the rat goals, but I said it in the video, like, in that game, based on the circumstances, he was trying in certain areas to show that. So you just got to look at the skill. Goals worst case. This is like a rattier game. This is what I want to show. This is what the games turn into. Because I was showing the worst case scenario is you'll get games like this. I slowed it down to show the difference. I ended up winning it, but the game is going in the wrong direction. Or the players are taking the wrong direction. I don't know which one it is. Holy fuck, Narf. Hold on. Bro, come on. What the fuck was that? Kickoff glitch. Yep. I did kickoff glitch. Why are you doing that? Why are you doing that weird shit? Deserve to win. Damn, he's pissed about the kickoff. I don't blame you, bro, but the game's gone to shit, bro. It's just, that's what it is. Every game today has been this dog shit. It's like, what I'm showing here, which this video comes out tomorrow, and it's literally all the things that you gotta, like, prepare for that are that are fucked up. And I was saying, like, worst case scenario, this is what the game is like. Why isn't it showing it? God, this is pissing me off. Worst case scenario, this is what the game is going to be like. Talking about lofted through balls, the crosses, the tackle backs. But every game is this now. That's all it is, bro. It's not passing and moving. It's everything's like 100 miles an hour, running at players trying to take the ball off their feet. The weird little shit that like the angle switch that happened and the cutscenes and shit that wasn't happening before, man. People can say it wasn't. So this is like at 80% pace, and I purposely showed like kind of a shittier game to say like this is like the worst case scenario if they get devs don't touch anything, but every game today is worse than that. Shameless fifth goal. Yeah, no, I agree. Yeah, I agree, bro. Nar said, I'm pissed at you playing like that. I was playing fair when you're constantly doing that. Wish. Yeah, I don't know, bro. I'm just kind of, that's just where the game's at, bro. I said the same thing against Tom, and then 3 people in a row came in and started doing all that shit, bro. That's where the game's at. That's where it seems like, I don't know if people's mentality is you're being too positive about the game, or if it's they're just fed up with the goals devs for not giving updates. I don't know which one it is. It could go either way. But from that Tall Tom game to the next game against the Bodie King or whatever, bro, look at his games. Look at his other games. Losing against 1,600 rated 17 players. That one player, bro, every time I scored against him, he went and did the same thing over and over. I could not switch my players, could not stop it. Do you know how many times I've defended against that same run? The same way you defended against me. So, I don't know which one it is, but if you guys can go watch all the different games, that shit just hasn't been happening. The game's just going to shit. So, I was just trying to show, look, we can do this. I can do it too and score over and over. The same way I did against the Bodie the King guy the second time. And it's not gonna, none of it's good for the game. We're just gonna end up with a shit game that everyone's dogging on. No one's gonna give this game a try the way it looks. Nobody, bro. Yeah, so this is what's coming out tomorrow. This is like better than all the games today, but it was still ratty. I don't know, man. Yeah, so either the devs are gonna have to totally fix this shit and make it to where players can just play, or either that or we're fucked, bro. We're fucked. Somebody asked me to make a video about upgrading players. Well, I want to try to find this thing on Discord where the dude was talking about what they're fixing, and I don't know when they're gonna fix it. By the way, I don't know. We'll have to see. I'm just at a loss for words, bro. This is the first day where I can't like defend the game. Every other day, people have been like, "Dude, this game's fucked. This game needs to be fixed in this and this and this area. The game's not really fun to play." This is the first day where it's like, bro, all this goofy shit. There can't be. There's got to be an explanation. But there's no doubt that shitty players ruin it too, dude. But like shitty mentality. If everyone's playing that way, then that's just going to be, that's what's going to spread. That's the whole point. Look at this game on screen. I mean, this is dog shit, bro. At this point when I made this video, this game was like, this is why this video was made. I know you can't hear what I'm saying on there, but that was the whole point of this. Is like, look, the name of this is Goals Worst Case Scenario.
That is simply where you hold the L2 or...
This is all the stupid shit that can go on in the game to make it look like shit. Now, what I'm showing you, worst case scenario, is every single game. Every single game is like this, bro.
Shield button when you are dribbling, and what happens is, if you are a defensive player, you go in to make the tackle in these situations, and your player essentially looks like they're either doing nothing or just bouncing off the attacker. They continue to run through, and you are left in the dust. So this is another area where that shoulder challenge I talked about with zigzag dribbling could come in handy. For now, though, all you can do is, once again, try to time your tackle accordingly. Try to maybe bait it. Do not go at a side angle where the player can run by you as they hold shield. You want to get in front of the player and try to go through the ball. That is where many players are getting through. I initially didn't understand the shielding dribble, and because the animations on screen didn't always show the dribbler pressing the shield button until I really learned it and did it myself and saw there's no real animations to show what's going on, but you know what's happening. You can see by the defender's reaction or lack of reaction to the situation. So again, to stop this, you have to try to have a line on the ball. Eventually, if they add some type of shoulder challenge or physical type of tackle where your defender's not going for the ball, but they're just trying to get their body in there to push the attacker off the dribble, that could help this big time. In the meantime, though, all you can do is try to get in front of the player and get a line on the ball, or they'll leave you in the dust every single time. I also strongly suggest on the attack, you start using L2 whenever you can on the dribble. You will end up beating a lot more defenders. Now, I don't think this movement is realistic in all the areas that it works in the game, so I hope the devs do something to nerf this. However, in other situations, it does make sense to shield dribble. It's similar to FC adding
Yeah,
that
dude.
in Forza
This is every
play
game now,
style.
so I
Only
don't
in
know.
Goals, it wouldn't be a play style.
That's
If you have a
crazy.
more
This was
physical
like 2
player with
days
a certain
ago.
amount of strength, aggression, balance, whatever. Or even the weaker players could attempt it. It's just they're more likely and easier to get pushed off the ball. That's if the proper shoulder challenge or whatever they come up with the defender is added. And last but not least is another major issue in every football game at one time or another. Some games do better to deal with it than others, but in goals right now, even though on tackles there is the instant stumble from the attacker so they can't just run back into the defender and get the ball, on interceptions and even on tackles, because of what I'm about to talk about, there are still tacklebacks, which lead to many situations where the attacking player that lost the ball ends up getting rewarded, whereas the defender who made a good tackle or interception ends up getting punished. Now, the stumble is great on the tackle, right? The problem, though, is even, let's say, on the interceptions where there's no bounce backs, like is a big problem or was a big problem in FC, where you would intercept the ball, would just bounce off your player and go straight back to the attacker. So even though in goals we don't have that issue, we have the stumble after tackles, and on the interception, the defender has the ball at their feet, it doesn't bounce back to the attacker. Well done by goals. However, immediately the offensive player that's now the defensive player is able to react so quickly that either the player that loses the ball or another player nearby instantly presses and many times gets the ball from the player who won it. And it leads to a lot of goals that were unearned, that weren't from the build-up, that were actually created because of mistakes on the attack, and that just should not happen. The only way that I see preventing this with how goals works is creating a cooldown period, which...
Yeah, the cooldown period. Dude, it's just so fucked because every game now, as I'm watching that, has been just that bad. See if this one's any different. 3-back versus 3-back again. Damn, it's crazy. I'm literally disappointed in like this game. Look at this. Watch this. Alonzo, good dribbler. Damn, I legit have no, like... I might just let those couple videos ride, and hopefully that... the goals dev came out today and said they're fixing some things like on sprint dribbling and stuff. Now, I don't know if that's a update coming soon, or if that's... and that's part of a bunch of stuff, or not. But the bottom line is, bro, I have no desire to actually play this game anymore right now. Like, all this dumb shit that's in the game. In UFL, I did the thing where I kept playing it. You guys all remember, if you played UFL, you remember the cross to the lob through ball, right? The cross to the lob through. It feels like that because see. Look at this. Look at that. Right to him. Right to him, dude. I've played those balls 100 times. That ain't on the player. That's on the game. See? It is broken now. Bro, we've been able to stop that over and over and over. Unless that player you're saying, unless that was just like not good defense. But to me, it feels like all shit's wrong, bro. People have been saying it, so whether it's the players all just saying fuck this and purposely like look at how broken this is, or it's just something with the game right now, it don't feel good at all. It ain't fun to play, nothing. Look, he blocked it there, but just doing that shit over and over, I haven't seen that yet. Now I'm going to show you what I mean by pressure tactics. Now watch this. Once I score again, you see the difference in defense? Watch this. This is the zigzags. It's only 2-0, so I'll go up 3 and then do it. Now watch my defense. Watch the difference here. Pay attention to my defense. See how I'm actually in some kind of defensive shape? Not running at him 100 miles an hour. Time in the defense. See, 2 players up. I'm on 50% depth. Good old tacklebacks. Yeah, bro, there's no way anybody's gonna say that this is how the game's been. Yeah, bro, this shit's so stupid. This shit's so dumb, bro. So watch. So now, I'm gonna go, if he doesn't quit, aggressive. So watch now. Watch the difference. I just scored. Why do I get the ball? I just scored on him. Oh, it's halftime. Thank God, dude. I'm like, not another thing. Thank God. I was like, not another thing's wrong with this fucking game. Look, it's broken now. It hasn't been doing that. And that fucking loser and players like him that just do it over and over. That's what I'm trying to say, bro. How did people just discover that? How did players just discover that? And what kind of idiot's going to sit at home and just do that over and over and over again, bro? This goal shit's going Somehow they gotta. If I were them, I'd pull this beta, bro, real quick. People who think I sound crazy, trust me, I've seen it with UFL. It's just gonna showcase worse and worse shit about the game. The game's gonna turn into a fucking huge joke. And by the time it releases, everyone's gonna see so much negative shit in the Discord, so much bad shit about the game. Nobody's gonna leave. They're gonna stay at the devil they know, the negative game they know. They're gonna see all the terrible highlights, the bullshit players playing bullshit ways. My little ass tiny videos that were like trying to talk good about the game ain't gonna do nothing. I'm not big enough. Same shit over and over, over and over and over. Just imagine that's it now. See the difference? Watch, I'll clear it and show you. Yeah, bro, ain't nobody gonna play this shit. Devs, get to work. See, I'll just keep clearing it, and that's what I'm gonna do every time. Just run at him 100 miles an hour. Doesn't matter how many players he beats, because I'm just gonna keep being able to get it because I have that aggressive line on watch. So he's got the ball. As soon as he throws it in, I'm on him. He might beat 1, 2 players. I'll get him on the third one. Watch. This is what people are doing now. Look, that's all it is. That's all people do. They go down. You're just seeing that it's just the same thing. I'll shoot it again. I can do it every single time. I have my depth on 100. Watch. I'll let him bring it down. Doesn't matter. I'm right on him with that depth at 100. There's just too much shit like that, bro. You can go down the line. There's just too much shit that people are using. They're just making that. It's just broken. Watch. I could just do it over and over. He has no room to do anything. I'll just keep shooting. Watch. I'll even back up this time. Watch. Boom, he throws it. Look, he can't do nothing. It's exactly what happened to me last game. So you end up going up, and then players are just going to do that to you. Watch. I can do it every time. He doesn't even have time to pass it. Every time I'll do it. Watch. You go down 4-0, 5-0, whatever. You put your depth on 100, and then you just start running into people 100 miles an hour. I'll do it over and over. Watch. Boom. Oh, he got through that one, but he's going to have to do it again. Oh, he got one on me. Shouldn't have, though. He ran through me the once. I'll kick it to him again. I'm going to kick it to him again. Let him try that again. Watch. See what I'm saying? There's nothing you can do. Just put on 100 depth. Just try it. Try it. Just like the one dude who did that. Go into the inline. Dribble, shoot. Go to the inline, dribble, shoot. The loser who did that over and over. Because that's fun. Just put on 100 depth and you don't even got to play football anymore. You just do this over and over. Watch. He's just going to punt it. So dumb, guys. So stupid. I blame it on the players more than the devs. People are going to think I'm kissing their ass, but I'll tell you why. I blame it on the players because you can choose. Like I said, look at my games versus pretty much everybody until today. So whatever it is, dude, whether it's players trying to like show the devs, hey, we need an update, or there's fucking idiots out there that would want to waste their time to like ruin a game for no reason than to ruin it. Hey, they do it in FC, they do it in eFootball. Why wouldn't they do it in goals? Either way, dude, it's not fun to play.
Also exists in FC, and even eFootball did something like this too, because it takes so long to power up shots, passes, everything. And so after a defender wins the ball, and even in goal.
Goals the most addictive football game.
Goals.
Here's this tall Tom.
I am addicted to this new football game. It's essentially Ultimate Team with no pay to win, and all the players that you obtain are AI generated. No two players are the same, which makes the game incredibly interesting and most of all, extremely fun.
This is the dude that got sensitive about what I
The
said.
game starts every player on an even playing field, and then it offers you challenges to obtain rewards like currency to spend on upgrading players. Are the responses that I got. Jack Andre was the first to respond. He's currently ranked 4th in the world and has over 200 games played on this wipe alone. He said, the responsiveness, the netcode that allows people to play without any real issues with 100 to 200 ping, and the fact that everybody has different players, so it keeps things fresh so you're not facing the same players every game. Another player, Fetus, on the PlayStation branch, had this to say. Again, focusing on the fact that there is little to no online lag, even when you're playing against players in completely different regions.
Horrible, obvious
This is due to the
let's
unique
read that.
netcode that goals have employed in their game. And now, I'm no... This is...
Upgrades the red zone, detailed stats from yeah, so all this is stuff that I've said too. That's good. Yeah, so what happened to all this shit? In the past month, people just said, fuck it? I don't think I've seen any negative stuff from these guys, to be fair, though. I don't know. Guess we just keep playing and seeing how it goes, man. Oh, that's the next thing I'm going to do, too, that is a low shot right at the goalie over and over and over. So, just to give you a little backstory on that goal that Tom says, like, what was wrong with that goal? I played that Vlobeta King or whatever his name is, right? I play against him, and I thought he was good. All right, so then I find out, they're like, bro, he has these broken players from prior to, like, there's a previous upgrade system. No big deal. A lot of players have that. That's their reward for playing the whole time. That's cool, right? Well, it turns out that that shot is just completely broken. Like the goalies don't register it or something. So we're going to see if that's true. That wasn't like some type of skilled shot that you can take it from, you know, and shoot it at the goalie and just guarantee your goal. So if that's the case, right? And again, remember, it is alpha, so you got to take that into consideration. But nonetheless, even with that, among all the people saying how broken the game was, I haven't seen until today where the game wasn't fun. And I can't put my... Okay, so let's see it. So he saved that there. So do I just point at the goalie? And apparently that's guaranteed a goal every time. But I'm sure a regular shot on that one went in. That's not a good one to test it on. So I hold L2. That ain't gonna work. I gotta get at that angle that Vlobeta King does it at. So right now I'm just holding L2. Yeah, I don't know. The keeper's actually saving it. So how in the fuck does that one go through my goalie that he shot? Look, You guys go watch it yourself. Call me crazy. Tell me I'm crazy. It went right through my goalkeeper. I get it. It's not he can nobody can make that, but so what is Vlebeta King doing then if that's like a glitch shot that he's actually Coates? He's pissing me for the kickoff glitch, by the way. Which, dude, that honestly was fucked because it's not on him. It's just my whole fed up feeling towards like this overall negativity and like I've been through this with UFL, bro, and these motherfuckers either don't know or don't get it. But my feeling at the time was just like, okay, you guys just want to say fuck this game and let's just be idiots and break everything, you know? turn on 100 depth and just watch. I'll show you that again too. And just run at people 100 miles an hour. Watch. I'll show you that one. I could just do it over and over. Look. And it just takes away from the game. Like, I could have been doing that the whole time too, man. Trust me, dude. I can make all these games look terrible. So can everybody. But when a game's in alpha stage, you give it the benefit of, in my opinion, you give it, if you want it to work, you actually support the game, show the good stuff, and then help the devs find it. Yeah, bro, I can't do that shot, so apparently I'm doing something wrong. Because he scores them over and over and over again. I wish Coates wasn't mad at me because he could actually probably explain what he does there and I can try it. Although, I wish Coates would admit what he did with the 100%. Watch this. I'll do it again. This dude's probably going to quit. But when I was up 4-0, that pissed me off too because it's just... It's like I could go 100. I'm going to dribble out of bounds and show you. I could go 100 depth every time and do this too. You know, when if I'm down 4-0, I get it, and you could say it's part of the game, but everybody knows what that means when you do that in FC. Everybody knows what the pressure tactics people are in eFootball when the players run 5 across the front and do red. Players can play dumb all they want, but come on, bro. You know that feeling. You can see the difference when, first of all, you can see the players are pushed up a watch. Watch. He's just going to be totally fucked. He's just going to be screwed. Doesn't matter who it is. But when you're down 4-0, it's not going to matter. You can just put your players up at 100. Hold down L2. Got to get that shot. Boom. If you're wondering, no, I'm not defending at all. I'm just literally holding down L2, running straight, trying to go for a near post shot, and that's it. That's all I'm doing. 100 depth, run straight into him, try to go for a near post shot. Oh, L2 and shoot, right? I think it is that. Hold on, let me try it. I think it's L2 and shoot. Let me try this. And these assholes know what they're doing, by the way. Let me try it. I think it's L2 and shoot. Ready? Nope. It's not it either. There was something with L2. Was it L2 cross? I think L2 cross is broken. So far, no. But you can't stop that 100% pressure. I mean, the really good players I'm sure could, but look. Damn it, I couldn't get the shot off. Been on for 4 hours. Have yet to have a fun game. I'm trying to find that. I don't know. I'll have to watch that Celcho one to see. It seemed like it wasn't like that good of a game to showcase, because I want to showcase like how good those mother truckers are. I'll have to watch that one back. I know there was no random locks and stuff. I actually liked my goal from that game against Celcho. It was just unique. It was different if I remember. I could be wrong though. Now I don't know if that was just a regular cross would have worked there too, but I heard that there's something with the L2 cross. Yeah, bro, I don't know. We're going to have to see what happens. Well, you know what? I didn't check that one to see on that. So yeah, these are all things that we pointed out that I think are good too. I think I've played that fetus before as well. I want to see this dude's other videos on goals. Wait, what the hell am I looking at? Winter Cup Finals. What the fuck? I'm so lost right now. Dude, you guys are gonna have to help me with this. Is he not a goals? Goals getting started. Dude played real football. And then he has a couple gameplay ones, but it looks like he didn't play in those. It says he found the best formation, but I don't think that's going to showcase his gameplay. Let's check. Let's see.
Hey guys, it's Tall Tom TV here, and I'm back with another goals video.
Fucking Tall Tom.
For midfielders on the head for a balanced defensive depth. Goal style to achieve the best results. Alex, who took first place at Goals' only live event to date, the Glitched Open, found 4-4-2 to be the most fitting for his playstyle. Here's what he had to say. In short, it's structured, balanced, and amazing for two-man pressing. You can pressure aggressively without pulling apart your team's shape. The downside is the gap between your defence and central midfielders once your midfield has been beaten. I found these pro insights to be extremely helpful. It sounds cliche, but the best formation really does depend on you and your playstyle. Recognise your strengths as a player and lean into that playstyle to achieve the best results. When it comes to defensive depth, almost 80% of all the games played within the dataset were played between 51 and 85 depth. There's certainly something to be said for a balanced defensive depth. Setting your depth too low can invite your opponent easily into your half, but having it too high can leave you vulnerable to through balls and fast wingers.
You can't be winning 5 out of 5 in this group. If he does it, then...
Oh shit, did I exit out of there? Yeah, I don't know, guys. Well, let's just fucking see. We'll just have to see what happens. Is there anybody else creating goal stuff? Let's see. Nobody's fucking playing. Tall Tom. I like his voice, but I couldn't see much of the gameplay in there, man. To me, it's obvious. To you guys, it might not be. I don't know. To me, it's obvious when the game's being played to showcase it at its best, and when players are literally looking to break it. And it just feels like that's the overall goal, is like, fuck this. Let's turn it into a troll session. Let's play the game like shit. Let's make it look like shit. Yeah, it's an alpha, bro. Yes, you can give feedback to help people out, but there's like a huge difference, in my humble opinion, bro. There's a huge difference between feedback because you like want the game to succeed and being just a troll douchebag that's spending your time to make a game look like shit for either the sake of winning, or just because that's what you want to do. Like that one dude who did the same thing over and over. I don't feel like that might be for the sake of winning, but I feel like that's just some fucking loser that wants to, the same one that would play FC to play 90 minutes just to tie a game and leave and take the loss just so his opponent doesn't get the win, right? I feel like it's that more than wanting to win. Because if you do the same thing over and over, then you know that's not skill. So I don't think you care as much about winning as you do about just being a troll that's making the game miserable for other people. That's my opinion. I might not be eloquent in the way that I describe all this stuff, but I know people have played these games. If you get it, you get it. If you get it, you get it. Bottom line, if you get it, you get it. Here's this L2 cross. Let's try this. I see what they say. They say it's like a heat-seeking missile, and they're kind of right. That was me holding a shield down. So if I talk to this player right now, he's going to feel like, what the fuck, dude? I'm trying to tackle you, right? I hope they fix that sooner than later. See, I love those types of through balls and stuff. Like, people are dogging on the passing, but I love that type of stuff. The certain broken things, like the defense had been fine too, until that's really the new broken thing that I saw, where people do this. It's so like delayed I can't even do it. Luckily these opponents are lower, but it's so delayed. Bro, do you guys notice something though? None of these newer players are doing the bullshit that has been going on all night, right? None of these newer players, like, yeah, he's a lower rated player, right? He's not that good. I get it. But he's still, it's not any of the bullshit going on. The locks and stuff like that. And I get, like, okay, Tom saying, well, how are you going to blame me? Blame the game. Okay, well, then I can say that too to Narf. Don't blame me, blame. If we all start doing that, then, bro, it's just going to be a shit show. And I guess I feel bad in a way, but I don't because everyone knows what they're doing. People know what I'm talking about with the broken, putting 100 depth on and using pressure after they're down, okay? People know what they're doing when they do the same run in line, cut it, shoot. Run in line, cut it, shoot. People know what they're doing in certain situations, bro. And if you notice, the newer players, even though they're not that good and they can't make the game, look good. Like, I know what I'm doing there with the L2 cross because I just randomly heard it on Discord, right? I know what I'm doing with this. These players don't know. The players that know, we can say all we want, act like we have excuses to play like total idiots. But we know what we're doing, bro, and we're making the game look like shit. We can all play dumb, but everybody knows how bad the certain dribbles of certain stuff is. We're the ones who are shitting on this game. Let's just be truthful. We can argue like lawyers till the sun comes up, but and I'm talking to myself too, bro. I'm talking about myself too. I'm gonna keep playing and not having. It's not really fun right now. Yeah. Alright. Alright, man, we're just gonna keep at this shit. We'll see if maybe this game's fun, bro. I almost went. All right, we got another game. Hopefully this is a good one. 1649. That's not bad. Not bad at all. Wonder how many players there are now. So weird, dude. I'm like in this deep depression in this game, and so like I don't want to stop. I'm like trying to convince myself it was just a bad day. The game feels the same, but I swear, guys, there's something that's different. But I don't know, man. Oh, that would have been sick. If I place it a little bit better, like over his head. To where it's like, you know, an earned through ball, not a... Should have shot that one probably, eh? Ivy Bridge splicers, eh? I read it perfect, good. No! Alright, motherfucker, we'll do this. We'll do this to you. Ratty little bitch. Ratatata. Get out of here. Give me a break with that little delay shit. Oh yeah, I can do it too, buddy. Holy shit. Oh, I beat him there. Settle. I like the game so far, man. It helps you improve, dude, when you play these types of games. It helps you improve. Broken. Welcome to goals. I should do the 4-3-3 at 100%. Just show you guys. Good ball. See, that's what I like when it's actual real football. Not this shit. Oh, this goalie actually touched it. Goal. Nope. Too much. I didn't see that player back there. Oh my god, this game is fucked, guys. What the fuck is going on with this shit? It's just not the same, dude. It's not the same. How many games did what could have happened though? Did they change something behind the scenes? Nobody's really talking about, so I'm gonna sound crazy for saying that, but you guys let me know, dude, if you're seeing that too. If you guys are seeing the same thing or not. if you guys ever do that too, dude, but you just kind of compare the games. Man, I don't know. That's the beauty of this being the alpha stage. There's still hope. Best, the video that comes out tomorrow is worst case scenario, which is basically if gold stays the same. So I'll say best case scenario. Damn near want to do a video for that. Best case scenario is they fix all this shit to where there is no like need for a judge, jury, and executioner. Where you just play the game and there's nothing that can be abused, right? I hope Goals focuses on that. I hope they do, bro. Because one of my vindictive, like the vindictive demeanor that I have right now is basically like, nice. My vindictive demeanor right now that I have is essentially like, if shielding's broken and you can dribble inline and all that's broken, then why not why wouldn't you just keep playing stuff, you know what I mean? Just keep playing broken stuff. So like the way he just scored, so of course it's going to turn into that over and over and over and over. And he's going to push his defenders back, and then I'll just dribble with the shield dribble, right? You got to get rid of that like broken stuff. And then it could hopefully get back to where they're all the games like you seen like me and Corb and all those games. Oh, stupid. Yep. Fun, isn't it? I think he tried to push his line up thinking that would help. Wrong move, buddy. I'm just going to press the shit out of you. Oh. Not going to work. Why don't those balls work anymore, guys? That's crazy. That's what's weird is like, bro, no matter how soft you make that ball, it just doesn't work anymore. Same with those. I feel like that was soft enough, but I don't know, I guess it wasn't. Oh my god. Terrible mistake by me, by the way. Rookie mistake. See ya. Straight to goal. I went to try to mess up the block. Bad decision. Oh, got it. Nope. Oh. I knew what you were going for, dipshit. Not enough time. Still in my 3-5er. Come on, hit it long. Ooh, you faked me out, brother. What the fuck? Yeah, this game's jacked, dude. Did you guys see I full powered it? Look at this. Look at this goofy shit. Only against these same type of goofy games, bro. What the fuck? I full powered it to my wing. In case you guys don't know how the offsides, can't cancel on this. In case you guys don't know how the passing works, full powered means it would go all the way out to the furthest target in the line. You can't make this shit up. Why, bro? You were through. You want so bad to be a... Oh, my God. He's doing... Look at this. Look. Am I making this shit up now, guys? Do you see this? Do you see this? Did you just see what just happened? The player flying through. Look. And there's delay. Dude, I'm telling you guys. So when I say this shit, I'm not like making it up. It only happens in certain scenarios against certain players. And the game overall just feels like shit. It's been happening a ton lately, bro. A ton. So how is this only happening against certain ratty players? The same way, like when it's not football. You know what I mean? All of a sudden a player's flying away. That's the first time I've seen something like that. Just dog shit. Game feeling like dog shit, looking like dog shit. You can't make this shit up. Oh my God. Why did he take a touch that way? I was pointing this way. Oh my god, this game is jacked. Yeah, bro. I don't know. At this point, I'm gonna let those next 2 positive videos ride. I'm not, but dude. I'm convinced something's up. I've been playing for 5 hours and I have not. If this was my experience with goals back when I first turned it on, bro, it was a polar opposite of this. But I get it. Most everybody, like, in Discord has been saying nothing but positive things about it. Just isn't you getting over you? Or sorry, did I just say nothing but positive? There's been nothing but negative things. Like when I'm saying positive stuff, most people have been saying like the game's all jacked. I do not like this current stage of the game. I haven't been playing, and it's like, bro, how am I? Is it possible that I'm really just now seeing all this broken shit? I just don't believe that. It's fucked. Only 35 players online right now. So I guess that will end the stream, man. I don't know. It's such a weird feeling, bro. Basically been debating in my own head because I actually care about this game, man. I want it to do good, dude. After years of playing shitty football games, it would be nice to finally have a good one. But if the whole fucking game's broken in 17 million different ways, then the only way to play it is going to be broken. You can't live in La La Land and think like you might face because this is, dude, bro, this is alpha. Once more players come, they're gonna use the broken shit. They're gonna use the broken shit. Going back to Marky's call. Here's how high SR games are. Okay? You either play a buddy and like you do your own rules, and there's a lot of like these guys have all seen like how fucked this game is. But I've been playing it though. That's the fucked up part. It's not like I've just been saying it's good and then I'm sharing my gameplay. You see all those other games, they don't compare to this at all. I mean, they just don't compare to it at all. So, I don't know. Maybe we take a break. But even watching, I don't know. We'll have to see. All my other games in the other videos don't compare to how bad every one of these games are. Didn't matter if I was playing a low SR guy, a high SR guy. Maybe that Celcho one was pretty good. But even that one, if I remember correctly, bro, I stayed in my 3-back. I think it was 5-1. Obviously, Marceau is a different level than Celcho. And it's not like Celcho was bad. At least we didn't have any player locks or nothing. But I feel like that didn't even make the game look that good. You know, because when I played Marcel, the way he was moving the ball and playing, like, it was sick, bro. It was sick. It was like watching Anders or Tex or somebody like that. So I'm going to watch that back. The goal to share these top players would be like to showcase how good they can play the game. If it doesn't look good, I'm not doing Celcho a favor or really the game a favor, which is the most important part. The players are just like an instrument to show how good the game can be played, those top players. So maybe I'll go back and look at that one. I at least remember there wasn't all the bullshit. I was kind of happy with some of the defending I did in there. He's like a top 5 player in the world. It was kind of nice to have that among those other fucked up games. But other than that, that was probably my favorite game of the night, that 5-1 loss. Even that 4-0 then the 4-4 was such a shit game against Coates. The whole thing was fucked. That whole game was stupid. All the rest of them were stupid games. Were just shitty tacklebacks or broken this or broken that. So we'll see if it changes, man. A lot of this is just internal debate on myself. Bro, you gotta understand, I've been through this with eFootball. Been through this with FC, where the game was terrible year after year. The worst ever in 25. They have a great beta, widely regarded as like a great beta in 26. Not just me saying that. And then they just crash out with terrible updates, and like where their game's at is terrible. And then you got UFL, started off promising, went down the same path where everybody just jumped on this negative bandwagon, dude. There was all these rat farm creators at the time. They're all gone now. And it just became a broken mess. That's what UFL was. It was just broken mechanics over and over and over. To the point where it's like, all right, we're not going to use those, but you couldn't compete without them. And that's what I'm starting to feel like in this game. There's so much broken. Like, you can't sit there and say shit about a kickoff glitch or a lap through ball when the shield dribbling is broken in many ways, and then dribbling to that inline and circle and the goalie clearly is broken. Right? There's so many broken things, so I don't know. We'll see what happens, man. I hope it was just a bad day. That was 5 hours of terrible gameplay right there, so we'll see what happens. Until next time, man, let me know what your gameplay's been like lately. If you feel the same, if you've been liking it. If you have words of encouragement or some good videos, please share them, man. I'd love to see them.